Podmortem would like to thank Original Cinematic for sponsoring this week's episode. Original Cinematic is an independent production company that has made it their mission to create, produce, and promote films that are inclusive, honor women, promote the LGBTQIA+ community, and provide prominent positions and roles to POC actors and filmmakers, and promote the films of marginalized and underrepresented populations. These are all things that are extremely important to our podcast as well.
Original Cinematic is currently accepting scripts and treatments. Both William and Xxena Rush are also available via email or Zoom to discuss writing and provide input and resources to all aspiring writers free of charge. Their information will be made available in the show notes. There may be delays due to a hectic schedule and all projects being read on a first-come, first-served basis, but everything will be read and responded to. William Rush has individually produced numerous projects, including Pack is Here, Before, The Cottage, The Winemaker, and Day by Day. Their award-winning film Group premiered and was celebrated at multiple film festivals as well as screenings both in person and via Zoom that was graciously made available to us and our patrons.
Original Cinematic has many exciting projects on the horizon. Their next film, Immersion, has been completed. The award-winning Sweetener is in development. Fetish begins shooting in September, and Encore will begin next spring. Their documentary, Women in Conversation, is slated for a September release, and we are looking forward to each and every one of them. It is truly an honor to partner with Original Cinematic, and we can't thank them enough for their contribution to our show. And now, back to our regularly scheduled program.
Salutations! Welcome to Podmortem. I'm Reneé Hunter-Vasquez, joined as always by my co-hosts, my husband and my brother.
Hi, I'm John Paul Vasquez.
Hi, I'm Travis Hunter-Sayapin.
This week, we're recording live from Funky headquarters discussing the 2022 sci-fi horror film, M3GAN. This film was directed by Gerard Johnstone and written by Akilah Cooper. M3GAN's release took the horror community by storm, making a heavily anticipated splash with the film's staggering online presence and even viral dances. Produced by genre giants and fueled by creative character design, innovative effects, and salient topical commentary, M3GAN instantly became a modern favorite for many horror fans. This film was requested by friends of the show, Dylan, Megan M., Stacy Whitlatch, Topher Williams, Nico, Stephen Junius, and Sophie Wilson. We want to thank them all for their support as well as this suggestion. This film was also the winner of our January Patreon poll, so thank you to all of our patrons who participated and voted. If you want to help us pick an episode, join us over on Patreon at patreon.com/thepodmortem. So, what did you guys think of M3GAN the first time you saw it?
I think we all seen the dancing robot or whatever was going on.
Right.
This was a first time watch. I had seen all the, the hype when it came out and all the building and everybody loving it. And I don't know why it took so long to watch it, but finally did. I don't mind this too much. It's not, I don't feel like it's a new idea. We've had a lot of these toys come to life, a lot of cybernetic robots covered in human living tissue. I mean, but I mean, I think that it does put a fun little, it's a fun little story about what's going on and a cautionary tale of AI and too much technology, getting in the way of stuff. But I mean, it's okay. It's not bad. You know what I mean? I did have a lot of fun watching it.
I think that's probably what I appreciated the most about it. Was this commentary, and it was. I mean, it's very clear in a lot of these films that deal with tech horror usually lead to that kind of a messaging. But to have a message like that, especially right now, is very pertinent and very poignant.
Yeah.
So I did appreciate them kind of leaning into that a little. I think that for me, I don't know, whenever I first saw the trailers, whenever it first came out, and the teasers and everything, and I was like, this isn't not for me.
Yeah.
But I will say, having watched it, which again, I also don't know why it took us so long to watch it.
Yeah.
So it's probably good that it won the Patreon poll.
Yeah.
But I think that it was a little better than I thought that it would be.
Okay.
But I still feel like it's not exactly my cup of tea.
Mm-hmm.
I think that it is fun for what it is. I think that it's very oddly similar to the premise of the remake of Child's Play.
Right.
But I think that this film does more with it than that film did.
Okay.
I do like this film more than I liked that one.
Yeah.
But I do think that it could have been, honestly, I think for me, I don't know, I think it could have been a little campier.
Okay.
I can see that.
Yeah.
For what it is. And especially the way that they sold the film, you think that it's going to be like, oh, this is like a comedy horror camp fest.
Yeah.
But it's kind of not.
Right.
And so I was a little surprised by that. I also feel like, for me, if they had leaned more into the gore.
Okay, yeah.
This film, you feel that PG-13 rating.
Mm-hmm.
And you feel, honestly, the edits to make it a PG-13 movie.
Yeah.
Right.
And that is kind of bothersome, especially when you could have a lot of fun with some really, really cool death sequences.
Yeah.
With this little robot girl.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like, that would be a blast.
Oh, yeah.
But it feels like they really pull their punches on that specifically.
Mm-hmm.
And also the pacing.
Okay.
I feel like this film, maybe it's the first 2 acts are kind of just a little slow for me. And then once things start going, you're like, all right, we're kind of having fun here.
Yeah.
But it's getting there. And I don't know how to say this politely. The performances are a little dodgy.
For me, it's one in particular.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't, that's why I was.
Well, I didn't want to get into that yet.
I'll be a little meaner if I need to.
Yeah. I will say, I think that Violet McGraw is fantastic.
Oh,
Yes.
Ronnie Chang is so fucking funny.
Yes.
And I think that a lot of other people really do a lot of great work. Not everyone.
Right.
Yeah.
Most of
people.
them. Yeah.
Except for one. But I think that it is fun for what it is. It did not completely work for me, but I'm very happy for all the people it did work for.
Okay.
Yeah. I was a little surprised after having watched it, and I'll be honest, I did watch the unrated one first on accident, and it wasn't until shit started happening that I was like, oh, I'm pretty sure this is the this is the unrated one. But having seen both, it is for me the preferred version.
Yeah.
Because I feel like it is just a little bit more fun. It's a little bit more gruesome. And I think that this film does a really, really good job of not taking itself too seriously. I agree that we could have leaned further into the camp, but I think that also if they were playing this as like the straight, like cautionary tale, and I mean, it just wouldn't, I don't know, it wouldn't be as effective for me
Right.
with what they're doing with the character of M3GAN.
I think it's partially because M3GAN as a concept will always be scarier than the execution.
Right.
And so you can't.
You have to bring some
yeah.
levity to it or whatever. And I appreciate that it really doesn't. There are some serious themes. We are talking about loss and trauma and family and grief and a lot of things aside from the technology part of it.
Mm-hmm.
But it still doesn't take itself seriously to the point where you can tell the fun that was put into this.
Yeah.
You know? And I really love that, the fact that it doesn't take itself too seriously, and the commentary and the takeaway. That's my favorite part of this.
Mm-hmm.
I love how M3GAN looks. I love how she moves. I think, and we're going to talk about, a lot went into that, but I think that she looks really cool. I mean, I don't know. I like it a lot. I like the concept. I will agree that the runtime is felt at times, and we were talking about a little bit off mic, and we think we may have stumbled on why it feels that way, and I'm sure we'll talk a little bit more about that later, but it's not perfect. It was shocking to me, though, after having watched it, the people that say that it's garbage, they hate it. Like, I don't think there's really anything to hate here. I get being like, oh, that's not really for me, or that's not my vibe or whatever, but I don't really think there's anything like the vitriol and some of the stuff I was reading when I watched it. I was like, where? Like I was just a little surprised.
I'm kind of surprised, I'd say, for like to have that strong for it.
Yeah.
'Cause for me, I mean, again, it wasn't my cup of tea, but it's kind of there. I mean, it's fine. It's serviceable. You watch it. It's fun enough.
Yeah.
It's not like anything to actively hate.
Yeah. I agree.
I would watch it again. You know what I
For
mean?
sure.
Honestly, it's not something that I'd probably be like right away, hey, let's watch M3GAN. But if it's on or if somebody suggests it, throw it on.
And throw on the unrated one.
Yeah, the
Apparently.
unrated. There you go.
Yeah.
But before we dive in, I obviously wanted to talk a little bit about production. According to producer James Wan, a name that we are very familiar with on Pod Mortem, but he said he was brainstorming ideas when he realized that he's associated with killer dolls, but he was intrigued by the idea of a doll that's not a conduit, but the actual threat itself. So when he pitched this idea to Jason Blum, Blum said that he was immediately on board, and Wan fleshed out this idea with Tequila Cooper, who also developed the story and wrote the screenplays for Malignant and The Nun too.
Interesting.
Okay.
Yes. But she would also go on, obviously, to write this screenplay. She said that she is a huge fan of the Chucky franchise, and she used those films, Her Own Fear of Ventriloquist Dummies, and the 1978 film Magic for inspiration.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was torn between saying really and wow.
Oh, wow.
That was my inner Scooby-Doo.
I was going to say yes, Scooby. But Juan was a big fan of Gerard Johnstone's debut film Housebound, which I haven't seen it in many years, but I remember really liking it too.
Okay.
But he said that made Johnstone his first choice for M3GAN because Johnstone said that he loves comedy and horror equally, and his approach is to treat them both with the same amount of respect. And that's what I remember. I remember Housebound being very darkly funny and, I mean, still a horror movie.
Yeah.
But they were able to finish filming in New Zealand before the COVID-19 lockdowns, and they had an R-rated film at the end of it. So when they looked back at it, they realized that they could theoretically cut a few things out to get a PG-13 rating and garner a larger audience, which is kind of what we were talking about before. It was a choice, and I understand why they made the choice, but, you know.
Yeah.
I understand the financial motivations of making a choice like that,
Yeah.
but I always think that you should just stick to your guns creatively.
No, for
Yeah.
sure. But we are working with Jason Blum here.
That's true.
So I'm
I
just,
was going to say, yeah.
I'm just throwing that out.
It's Blumhouse, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. Give a little money, make a lot of money.
Exactly. So they ended up waiting until after lockdown to reshoot some of the gorier and profanity-laden scenes. So now there are two versions of M3GAN, the PG-13 one and the unrated one, both of which offer their own experience, but they're ultimately similar, obviously, in terms of story. And it's interesting learning that, too, about waiting until after lockdown and everything, because there were scenes to me where Violet McGraw looked a lot younger, or scenes where she looked older.
Yeah.
And I was like, how long did this fucking take? But that makes a lot of sense.
I didn't even think of that.
Yeah.
Yeah. But they had some cool marketing with actors even dressing up as M3GAN and going to football games and stuff like that, which we always love.
Yeah.
And when the trailer came out with M3GAN dancing, the internet did what it does and memed her, and a viral dance was born. And all of this had people really hyped and hungry for the film. Its reception, like we were saying earlier, was polarizing, but it was a financial success, which means
Sequel.
a sequel.
Yeah.
And I believe a spin-off as well.
I heard about that.
Yeah.
What?
Was that Soulmate with an 8?
Uh-huh.
Are you kidding?
No,
Oh.
not at all.
We'll cover it.
Yeah, we will. You know we will. So yeah, love her or hate her, it is clear that M3GAN is not going anywhere anytime soon.
A friend till the end.
Yeah. Okay.
So to speak. Now, before we program this film, we would like to issue a warning for spoilers. Podmortem is a very in-depth podcast, and in thoroughly discussing horror films, we have no choice but to spoil a thing or two. If you don't wish to be spoiled, please go watch the film, then come back and enjoy the show. If you've already seen the film or don't care about spoilers, then let's turn on. The film opens with a commercial. A little girl, played by Cameron Randall, scratches the head of her beloved dog, causing a flurry of added glitter to float across the frame. But we quickly cut to a freshly dug grave, a white cross presiding over it, and a blue chew toy nestled with a pink flower on the dirt mound. A singer croons the jingle. I had a dog. She was my only friend, but she got old and died. Now I'm alone again. Now,
Okay.
it needed a couple more passes.
Yeah.
Don Draper never would have signed off.
Never. But we pan over to see the little girl sitting next to the grave and wiping tears from her eyes. Her father, played by Clinton Randall, kneels next to her and with a consoling smile promises that he has something that will make her feel better. Inside the house, the little girl takes the lid off a bright yellow box to find a Perpetual Pets toy lying in the pink tissue paper. The jingle sounds off again. Perpetual Pets are a dream come true because now you have a friend that lives longer than you.
Holy shit.
Wow.
No part of this jingle was acceptable.
And perpetual is way too difficult of a word
Yeah. Well,
for a toy.
But they put it's perpetual.
Yeah.
It is. And
P-U-R-R.
Yeah.
Pets has a Z.
Pets has a Z, so
Yes.
it's cool.
All right.
it's hip.
Yeah. The little girl is overjoyed. She pulls the furry toy from the box and hugs it tight as her father watches with a smile. We see her snuggling it, brushing its hair as it grins and stares with its wide eyes. An announcer boasts that Perpetual Pets are just like real pets, except that when you talk to them, they talk back. The little girl holds her pet up to illustrate this, and it intones, "Amazeballs." The announcer continues that there are 6 Perpetual Pets to collect, each with their own personalities and spontaneous reactions. We see each of these colorful furry toys, and when another kid, played by Marley Sharp, holds one up with a slice of pizza on its headband, it warns, "Careful, that's my butt."
What?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. One of them speaks Korean, and the announcer touts their ability to speak 8 different languages. The little girl poses for pictures, and her Perpetual Pet takes it for her. It even comes with a customized app so you can feed your friend, but not too much. The girls giggle on the couch as little pellets of poop launch from the back of their pets, and it warns, "Uh-oh, clean up on aisle 7.
So does it just make those?
Yeah. Where'd those come from?
Well, remember those dolls where like you feed them the little like green beans or whatever, and then they poop them, and then you feed it to them again?
Is it torture?
Yeah. But that's
Was the
that's
toy
a little
human
different.
centipede?
Yeah.
What the hell is this?
It's digestion. It's just how it works.
I feel like we don't need to be.
But that
Don't
at
look
least
too close.
we're putting something in the front of the toy so that
Right.
that one is
Yeah,
just,
you didn't feed
Yeah,
it
no,
shit.
Yeah,
No,
you
they're-
didn't put anything in there for it to like slide down a tube and be like, "Oh, you shit."
Yeah. Yeah, they're feeding it digital food, so I don't know.
I think this thing is shitting for real.
Yeah.
The girl sits on her bed with the pet on her nightstand as she explores the app. And the announcer tells us that it's updated with new content daily, so you can do almost anything together. The girl scrolls through the Funky app with options to watch YouTube with her pet, learn fun facts, play games, and buy accessories. The announcer asks, with so many options, what will you and your pet do next?
I just want to commend this film on how legitimately real the vibe of this commercial was.
Yeah.
It felt like a real thing. The toy is ugly as sin.
It's just a Furby.
It's a
It
Furby.
is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a knockoff.
Yeah.
The teeth are all wrong. It's very difficult
Yeah,
to look at.
The teeth are kind of unnerving,
Yeah.
to be honest.
But the idea of microtransactions,
Yeah.
Yes.
like that is legitimate. Like they did a really good job making this seem like a thing that,
Oh yeah.
For sure. But we cut to a car where Cady, played by Violet McGraw, uses her app to fling cherries into her Perpetual Pet's mouth. It sits next to her in the seat, pink and white with its pizza-adorned headband, and it farts before announcing that jelly berries make him feel good, and Cady giggles at this.
couldn't have left that at home.
No.
Like the whole road trips is going to be this thing farting.
Farting?
It's a friend.
Yeah. You just got to put up with it.
Violet McGraw. We talked about her in Dr. Sleep.
Yes.
And I think she's also in The Haunting of
Hill House. Yeah.
Flanagan.
Yeah, she's super talented.
Oh, yeah.
But her mom, Nicole, played by Chelsea Preston Crayford, turns around from the passenger seat and alerts Cady that they're almost to the top of the mountain. She asks if Cady can see the hotel. Cady peers out of her window through the snowy trees lining the road, but the Perpetual Pet, who we learn is named Leroy, interrupts. He says that that's interesting, but you know what else is interesting? He farts,
Dude.
adding whoopsie daisy. I would call that interesting,
Nah.
but cool, Leroy.
Doesn't she set his personality or something? Or
I don't-
just
Well, the farts are dialed to 10.
yeah, it's
I
like
think.
I'm gonna annoy the shit out of my parents.
Yeah. But her thunder's stolen. Nicole laments to her husband, Ryan, played by Arlo Green, that she thought they were going to limit screen time to 30 minutes a day. Ryan asks what she's telling him for because he's not the one that gave it to her. Nicole asks Cady to turn it down as Leroy whines that he needs to go to the bathroom. Are we there yet?
Look, I think they should have warned in the commercial that like 95% of the prompts are shit based.
Yeah.
Because this is too much, dude. Like, it's been 3 seconds with Leroy.
Yeah.
Leroy has IBS. And it happens.
It does.
It
but
happens.
We didn't pay for that.
No, hell no.
Nicole maintains to her husband that if they make rules, they need to stick with them. But Ryan posits that if Cady wasn't on the device, she'd be climbing all over everything. Okay.
She can hear you, dude.
Yeah. She's
right
I
there.
know we do it as parents, but I mean, we shouldn't be doing that.
No. Nicole asks if he'd really rather Cady sit back there and feed her pet virtual food until it shits itself. She asks Cady again to turn it down, but Cady insists that she did turn it down. I love that Nicole's like, because it is going to shit itself.
It's the only thing it does.
Yes, that's it.
Perpetual shit.
Yes.
With a Z.
Nicole wonders what Gemma was thinking, but Ryan proposes that it was probably, it's my niece's birthday, I'm going to get her a present. Nicole scoffs that Gemma works for the company that makes the toys, so she probably didn't even have to pay for shipping, which is really shitty.
Yeah.
It is. It's a gift.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'd be like, oh, cool, you didn't have to pay for shipping.
Yeah. No.
But to me, I think maybe it's supposed to be trying to set up, I guess, that tension between them.
I guess, and I'll be honest, we learn, later that that's her sister.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The way that she was talking and the way he was like, well, she was probably just trying to buy a gift for her niece.
Yeah.
I thought Gemma was his sister,
Okay.
but she's not.
No. And I will say that isn't explored as much as it,
Not at all.
and we'll get to it, but it really does just kind of become a background thing.
Yeah. It
Yeah.
does.
But Nicole doesn't even understand the purpose of a toy if you have to play with it on an iPad. Ryan guesses that this is just what the future looks like and they're going to have to get used to it. The tires skid on the ice and Nicole starts to panic, but Ryan gets control of the vehicle and assures everyone that it's all right. Leroy is launched onto the floor, though, as he shouts, and away we go.
He's aware of...
Yeah. Nicole regrets not putting chains on the tires, but Ryan reminds her that they didn't even know that was a thing until like 10 minutes ago. So don't act like this is his fault. I'm like, mom and dad have some strain.
Yes.
Cady's attention darts between her bickering parents and her dropped pet. And as their fighting escalates, Cady tries to tell them that she dropped Leroy. But Nicole is too busy asking Ryan why he would tell the guy at the gate that this was a 4-wheel drive. Ryan insists that he thought it was, and it looks like it is.
It has 4 wheels
That's me, dude.
and it drives.
You mean not every car is a 4-wheel drive?
No.
Thought that was just...
Oh.
Yeah. Learn
Okay.
something new every day.
Different tires spin for different cars.
Oh.
If it's front wheel, just the front ones turn or spin, and then the back ones go. And if it's rear wheel, then the rear. Only those go and push the car.
Interesting.
I
Yes.
feel like just having one set feels dangerous. I don't
I don't know anything about
Well, only
putting a
these
car
tires
together.
move.
I feel like I've seen all wheels spin. So I'm pretty sure every car is a 4-wheel drive, and you're just mistaken.
We'd also be in danger.
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm
Yeah,
fine.
no, yeah.
But I'm not driving. John Paul's driving.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
To be very clear. So when it's not 4-wheel drive, does it like rear up like a horse?
That's where horsepower comes from.
Oh, it all makes sense now. I think I'm technically a mechanic now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Don't let her touch your car.
No.
Don't let me touch my car.
That's why I drive.
But taking matters into her own hands, Cady unbuckles herself to pick Leroy up from the floor. Her parents immediately take notice of this and chastise her, imploring her to sit down and buckle back in. Cady does as told, buckling her seatbelt and immediately locking her attention on her iPad. The windshield in front of him completely white. Ryan admits that he can't see anything, which is a John Paul move. I swear to God, if we're driving in any kind of inclement weather, he literally goes, I can't see shit. And it's not the best thing.
Well, you're riding passenger like, well,
Yeah.
at least JP's got control.
Yeah,
Oh, he doesn't. Okay. Where are those horses to get us out of this? Frustrated, Nicole advises him to stop moving forward then. Ryan slows the car to a stop and warns that they can't just sit here in the middle of the road. Nicole proposes that they just let this clear, pull over, and wait for a snow truck to clear the road. Ryan wonders how long that'll take, but before that question or any other can be answered, the whited out windshield glows with the blaring headlights of an oncoming snow truck. It slams into the front of their car, raining glass into Nicole and Ryan's faces as they shield themselves, and it immediately cuts to black. The tinkling of broken glass dies away, and we get a loading symbol circling in the center of the screen. It finally takes the shape of a G, and the rest of the title fills in around it as a whimsical music swells. M3GAN. I loved this title screen.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. It was
I
pretty
thought it was
cool.
really cool.
I think that opening is just kind of surprising, right?
Very,
Yeah.
yeah. The music continues when we come back on a city skyline before joining Cole, played by Brian Jordan Alvarez, as he walks through funky headquarters. And it's Funki.
Mm-hmm.
I guess John Paul said maybe like Funko.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You know, because it kind of seems like it's got to be a dig at something.
Something. It's a really funny name, though.
Yeah.
With headphones on his ears and a box wedged under his arm, he passes a screen playing an ad, reminding us that Funki is a toy company for the future. Remember, the key to fun is funky. Children giggle as they bounce around, play testing toys while employees stand with their clipboards, taking copious notes.
I think that is, I mean, it's such, any product that you make, there's market research.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it is really, really funny to think like he's like, I'm not having enough fun or whatever.
Yeah.
That kid only laughed once.
Yeah. Retool. We need to retool this.
But Cole jogs upstairs, not even glancing at a large table where people play with remote control cars before he gets on the elevator. He presses the button for his floor, and the doors, adorned with Funky's logo and a depiction of all the different versions of perpetual pets lobbying for attention, slide shut. In an office, a furless and faceless perpetual pet whirs as it clamps its jaws shut again and again. Tess, played by Jen Van Epps, sighs as she takes notes. When the pet does a little hop and falls flat on its face, Gemma, played by Allison Williams, throws the remote down, frustrated.
So Allison Williams, we remember her. We talked about her in Get Out.
We did. And we're going to talk about her some more right now.
Yes.
By all accounts, anything that I could find. I know Allison Williams, her dad is very esteemed. He had, a blemish or whatever, but we're not here to talk about her father. She is involved in charitable organizations that seem to be doing good work from what I can tell. I'm finding it.
Yeah. It's like, you're really going around.
She's got really pretty hair. No, I'm just kidding. For me, she is quite flat. And she is the lead in this film.
Mm-hmm.
I knew her first. She was Marnie on Girls, and I did watch all of Girls. And I think it was a situation where I'd never seen her before. I wasn't familiar with her. I know she was also in Get Out, but it didn't really stick out to me. But it sticks out to me here that she is kind of one note. And I think that obviously we're going to get into the chain of events of this film, but obviously things happen in a film, things ramp up.
Mm-hmm.
Allison Williams does not seem to ramp up for me.
No.
I think that her reactions to bonkers shit that is happening or that she thinks might be happening, et cetera, the reactions are very muted, and it robs certain scenes from the gravity of the situations that are happening in terms of the story. Again, she seems like a very nice woman. Her performance in this, and it's not even like, oh my God, she was awful. Like she's not over the top or anything. She's just, it's very, for me, one note.
Mm-hmm.
And it does hurt the film for me because I feel like even as the story is ramping up, I don't want to give anything away, even though, whatever, but like as things are progressing and getting more intense and getting more worrisome and horror is becoming more of a theme, she just stays the same.
And as we were talking off mic, that might be where I got this problem with the pacing.
Right.
Okay. Because if your lead isn't responding properly in accordance with what is happening,
Yeah.
then it feels like you really aren't reaching those stakes yet.
Yeah.
And I think it stands out more because she has some really, really strong performers around her.
Uh-huh.
And so it is a little more obvious when it's like, oh, like, what just happened, right? Like, I don't know. It was at times distracting enough for me to pull me out of scenes and be like, damn, girl, like, wake up.
That it is very noticeable because I feel the same way. I think that, and like we said, everybody else, I mean, they do a good job and she does a decent job here. I just think that
fine.
I think that it is just that, like you're saying, T and Babe, what you mentioned, it is just there is no big reactions to things that happen. Of course, we'll get into it, but when they do happen, it does feel almost like, oh, I'm getting pulled over. And then, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's more than if a cop is pulling you over to where if Godzilla's behind you, pulling you over. Yeah. That's, you know where I was going with that.
He's like, license and registration, please. Here's a dinosaur. He roars.
You're giving a different reaction to that.
Very different reaction.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
That's a perfect example.
It is. It's like, God damn it.
No, but I think that's just it. I wonder if maybe a stronger performer in this role, I think it just would have elevated this film that much more because, like I said, I do like it, but like there is really no crying. There's no, like, a lot of times things are happening and they give a reaction shot from Gemma and it's just nothing. Like, it's just really nothing.
Yeah.
And it really is the fact of needing to sell these stakes.
Yes.
Because there comes a point where it's like, oh, shit. And it should feel like, oh, shit.
Yeah.
But it just doesn't.
Not like, oh, we need to reschedule that meeting. Like,
No.
that's the vibe that she gives when there's some fucking crazy shit going on.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll move forward. But that just needed to be said. But after a pause and a long sigh, Gemma asks Tess why they're even doing this. And Tess reminds her, because we have to. Gemma thinks that if they could just show him what they have. But Tess interrupts her with a firm no. She points out that Gemma said herself, not until she's ready. But when Cole enters the room, their attention shifts to him. He presents the box he's been carrying with the flourish before bringing it down onto the table next to the face-planted perpetual pet. Gemma looks down at it eagerly and asks, "Is that what I think it is?" Her eyes dart between Tess and Cole before we cut to them turning on the lights in a lab. The endoskeleton of an unfinished doll is suspended from metal and wires on a stand. Though its face is still featureless and metallic, cool blue eyes gaze out from beneath. Cole opens the box to reveal a silicone face. He pulls it over the metal head, and suddenly we see Cole through the toy's staring eyes, rendered in calm blue pixels. Once the face is applied, he steps to the side and Gemma approaches with a pen. Once she holds it up and the toy focuses on it, the room comes into clearer focus. I did want to point out that the skin obviously is silicone, but the skeleton was urethane, just like in Terminator.
Oh,
Hey.
Very cool.
But when Tess comments that the transparency looks good, Gemma retorts that for what they paid for it, it better. She goes back behind a computer and Cole steps up with the remote. Hitting a button, he announces, "Okay, happy." And the toy's lips twitch upward into a smile. Next, Cole instructs, "Sad." And the toy's eyes lower and its mouth droops into a frown. Cole prompts, "Confused." The doll's mouth lifts into a half smirk and its eyes brighten, but it freezes there. Gemma tells Cole to stop and wants to know why her face is doing that. What is happening? But the toy continues to smirk as it glances over to Cole for his response. I didn't like how she looked at him like, what is happening?
Yeah.
It looked almost like a sassy kind of
Yeah.
unknowing, evil.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
But Cole doesn't know why this is happening. It's Gemma's code. And annoyed, Gemma allows that she knows it's her code, but the toy doesn't look confused. It looks demented. Cole asks if she wants him to take the skin off, and when she agrees that it's not working, he goes to do it. When reaching behind the doll's head doesn't work, he starts to peel the face up at the jaw before reporting, "Oh shit, it's stuck." Gemma cautions him to be careful not to tear it, and Cole insists that he will, but a knock at the glass door to the lab startles him, and he winces in pain when he hurts his hand. Now, whatever he did to his hand is inconsequential, but I was like, did he cut himself and blood got in there?
Yeah.
But that's not, we're not doing that.
No.
There's,
Not with
there's nothing supernatural.
Not at all.
No, yeah, he
And-
just hurt himself.
Yeah,
Yeah.
And James Wan had said that was very purposeful. They didn't want this to be supernatural at all.
Okay.
They all look to the door where David, played by Ronnie Chang, is feverishly swiping his key card to no avail.
Ronnie fucking Chang.
Yeah, man. I know he's on The Daily Show.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very, very funny. He was also in Crazy Rich Asians in 2018 and Godzilla vs. Kong in 2021.
Oh,
Hey.
he is so fucking good in this.
Yes. It's literally every line reading.
Yes.
No notes.
Even his facial expressions when he's not even talking. He's just so funny. He's incredible in this. But his assistant, Kurt, played by Stéphane Garneau-Monton, tries to help David gain entry, but it's no use. When Gemma reasons that they have to let him in, Tess hits a button and the doors open. David enters angrily with Kurt trailing behind, but before he can lay into Gemma, his eyes catch their project up on the stand, the silicone face still contorted, the left eye drooping down now toward its smirking lips. David wants to know what in the name of ever-loving Christ is that. Speaking quickly, Gemma asks for a moment to explain, but David interrupts her. Is this why she moved her lab down here? To keep secrets from him? Gemma assures him that that's not true, and she reminds David that they talked about this. And David concedes that they did talk about it, but they also talked about her putting it on ice until she came up with the new pets model.
So we just have to keep recycling these pet things over and over, like just making an upgraded version of them. We can't
That's literally what every company does
Yeah.
now, unfortunately.
Yeah.
just make a new toy.
Nah.
What? You're fired.
He wants to know how much she spent on this while the doll blinks and looks between the two of them. Thankfully for Gemma, before she can answer with the dollar amount, David continues his tirade, mentioning the shit tsunami that swept in over a Furzies ad. Gemma is confused, but with the snap of David's fingers, Kurt presents the ad on a tablet. Furzies dancers, played by Coco Poole, Mila Leith, and Ruby Tabwa, dance before we're presented with their Furzies, which are nearly identical to the Funky's perpetual pets. The jingle plays, Furzies, Furzies, cute and snuggly furry fun. You know Furzies rule, they're number one.
They got your ass with that one. There's no mention of death or your pet outliving you or anything. So
No mention of mortality at all.
no, it's a step in the right direction.
You got a hungry Furzy, just feed them food. You know their butts change color to show their mood. The girls show their toys' butts to affirm this, and they continue to dance with them, but Gemma isn't impressed. She asks if they're really supposed to be worried about a ripoff, and David agrees. It is a ripoff. They're doing the exact same thing that they do. He tells Gemma the difference as he snatches the tablet away from Kurt and throws it to the ground. They're doing it for half the price. As the device clatters to the floor, David reiterates that he told Gemma she needed to go simpler. 6 months ago, he begged her to give him a $50 option to put on the shelves. Gemma promises that they're working on it, but the only way to stay ahead of the competition is to come up with toys that are too advanced to replicate. She admits that the tech on Perpetual Pets is more advanced than necessary, but that's because she was using it as a launch pad for something bigger. She reveals that in each of the pets, they installed a listening model to target kids' conversational patterns. David is like, you did not just tell me that.
Yeah.
That's fucking insane.
That has to be fucking illegal.
It has to be.
What are
yeah.
you, the NSA? Or Facebook? Or Twitter? Or
The list goes
all
on.
of them, mostly.
But Gemma presses forward. She knows that this toy doesn't look like much right now, but she pleads for an opportunity to just show him what M3GAN is capable of. He'll know then that this is what they've all been working towards. David looks at the smirking toy and then back at Gemma with incredulity. He questions, M3GAN? Gemma explains, Model 3 generative android, M3GAN for short. It was pretty fucking cool.
It is.
Yeah.
Before David can counter anything, Gemma instructs Tess to load up the intro simulation. Tess is like, now? But when Gemma tells her yes, she does. Leaning into the microphone, Gemma prompts, M3GAN, say hi to David. Smirking, the toy asks, in a voice provided by Jenna Davis, as in the boss, David? Well, I guess I should call you Dad. David's arms are still crossed, and he looks with uncertainty between M3GAN and Gemma, but this elicits a laugh from Kurt, and M3GAN continues, somewhat less impressively. Allow me to tell you a little bit about my wormhole. I was born in a sandwich hat, and I wolf many cabbages. Her voice grows distorted, and one of her eyes turns toward her nose, while the other remains straight ahead. Beneath the silicone face, M3GAN's jaw flexes repeatedly as she tries to continue speaking, but nothing comes from her but a repetitive glitching sound.
Real quick, Jenna Davis, M3GAN's voice. This actress, she played in Lisa Frankenstein in 2024.
I still need to watch that. I've heard that it's amazing.
Yeah, I've heard that too.
She does really good as M3GAN.
She does.
Mm-hmm.
I saw I watched an interview with her where she was saying that everybody knows her from some video she did that went viral and she became a meme and people were making fun of her, and she's like, well, now I'm doing this or whatever, and I'm like, what meme? Like, yeah. I don't know.
Oh, you never found it? Oh.
I looked for it and I did not recognize it at all, but and I'm pretty fucking online.
Perpetually.
Perpetually, yes. But Gemma fumbles around her equipment, asking for a moment because this obviously wasn't supposed to happen. M3GAN's eyes flit to David and her jaw continues to pulse, but the silicone face keeps her smirking mouth closed. Cole tries to get Gemma's attention, but she dismisses him, proposing that it's probably just a race condition that will take literally 1 minute to fix. But holding a small piece of equipment in his hand, Cole confesses that it's not a race condition. He forgot to put in the polypropylene barrier. Just then, M3GAN's distorted voice grows deep and slowed as steam rises from her head and her brand new face begins to bubble. Her eyes dart around helplessly before her head literally explodes. Everyone screams and ducks down, but Tess snaps into action and grabs the fire extinguisher to eliminate the fire that sprouted from the stump where M3GAN's head used to be. Gemma stares at this display in horror before looking back at David, who angrily wipes his shirt clean. In the wake of the smoldering wreckage, David tells Gemma decisively that he wants the pet's prototype on his desk by Friday, and he follows up by telling her to put her cyborg puppet show in a dark closet where it belongs.
In his defense, he already told her once not to be doing this.
Yeah.
And in her defense, she couldn't have planned for that. Like,
she couldn't have planned for that.
She didn't know that was going to happen.
No.
But I mean, the only thing that would have saved this moment when you're directly disobeying what he told you to do and spending a lot of his fucking money.
Yeah.
The only way to save this would have been to do something that would have blown his tits off. And it just blew M3GAN's head off. Yeah. So this was it was not good. It just wasn't good.
No, but I still feel like that would be very impressive. You're at the very beginning stages of whatever the fuck this is.
Right. But I told you not to be doing this.
But look how far she's come. Look at what's going on. There's a whole body. There's a head. Her head exploded. But can we
there
fix
was
that?
a head.
But there was a head.
There was.
Gemma closes her eyes in defeat as David walks alone to the glass doors. When he scans his card to leave, the doors open, but he pauses before walking away. adding, and I want a swipe card for this door, which is wild that they did that because they were like, we need to keep David out.
Yeah.
The door slides shut as David walks away, but Kurt offers his condolences. For what it's worth, he thought it was really cool. When it's clear that this isn't worth much to Gemma, who still stares heartbroken at her ruined project, Kurt scampers to the door and leaves.
I will say this line of Kurt's just feels like a kind throwaway, but I don't know if it's supposed to be setting up something that we see him do later.
Yeah, but that thing that we see him do later, I think that we all thought was going to lead to something.
It doesn't.
No.
No.
But later, as she was told, Gemma is putting her things away. She picks up her phone when it starts to vibrate, and when she sees the caller ID, she pauses. Oregon Emergency Medical Center. She looks up, confused. But that night, she goes to the hospital where Cady is strapped to a gurney. Her neck is in a brace, her face is scratched, and blood is caked in her nostril. An off-screen nurse assures her that she'll be okay, but Gemma watches through the glass window, her face trembling with uncertainty. And I was a little generous in that description because she's just kind of looking at her.
Yeah.
It's like, did you call action yet?
Yeah. Wait, who's that again?
Yeah. Oh, it's my niece.
Oh, my bad.
Fuck. In an office, she signs paperwork to be granted temporary legal custody of Cady. She hands the paper over to the caseworker before shooting an uneasy glance at Cady. But when she looks back up, Cady finally turns toward her. At Cady's house, under the watchful eye of a framed photo of Nicole, Ryan, and Cady, Gemma takes a packed box of Cady's things into the kitchen. She looks at the whiteboard calendar on the fridge, at the ski trip date they'd marked off from January 17th to the 25th, the ski trip that Nicole and Ryan never made it back from. She sighs before looking through the patio doors at Cady, who sits hunched over a table and drawing. A somber score plays as Gemma looks out at her niece sadly.
See, so for here, I like you also lost your sibling.
Yes.
Your
right.
Your brother-in-law, you're looking at their child. You're here taking care of your niece. I need a little more from this right now.
It's that. And I feel like I think they kind of allude later to them not being close. And I guess like you were saying, T, maybe the way that Nicole was speaking in the car is supposed to convey that as well. But I'm like, even if, say you hate your sister, I think the empathy for your niece alone would elicit a little more, emotion than we ever get from Gemma.
Yeah.
And wouldn't it lead to some complicated situations for yourself internally?
Yes.
Yeah.
To, have moments of, maybe when she's on her own.
Yes.
Of anything.
Yeah. I didn't get a chance to make amends or say goodbye or anything. This is motivation for taking care of my niece.
Yeah.
I think that component is super missing. It's like, we just need a way to get this kid into her life and a sibling. It makes sense, but none of the emotionality is there. It is weird. That aspect of it is strange to me. And they, like I said, I think they try to explain it away by asking questions like that. But it's like, I think that if this happened to a stranger and I'm taking care of their kid, I would I would feel more.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're just trying to use her being a workaholic as an excuse to not being emotionally available.
And I get
but
that
it
to a
also
point.
is still it shouldn't reach that.
No.
Yeah.
There's got to be at least one scene.
Right.
I'll be honest, it kind of makes her unlikable.
Yeah, and there's some shit. There's some shit through this film where I'm like, she's kind of a villain too. Frankly,
no, for real.
There's
for real.
there's one thing in particular that I was like, oh, you're fucked up for that.
Yeah.
With the cuts from the car accident still healing on her face, Cady sits in the back seat as Gemma drives them home. Gemma watches her in the rearview mirror, but when they get to her house, there is a strange mist spraying up from the side of the fence. Gemma gets out to open the trunk, but Cady stays behind for a moment, looking up at Gemma's house, her new home. Suddenly, though, a barking dog jumps up against her window, scaring the hell out of her. And when Gemma yells at the dog, it darts off through a hole in the fence and onto the neighbor's property. When Gemma calls out for her neighbor, Celia, played by Laurie Dungy, appears, leaning over the fence with a sprayer wand in her hand.
So Laurie Dungy, she did a small part in Lord of the Rings, Fellowship of the Ring.
Oh!
She also did, because I was like, wow, a lot of Power Rangers.
Really?
Power Rangers Ninja Storm, Power Rangers Dino Thunder, Cosmic Fury. Like, there's a lot of this cast, I will say, that worked on a lot of these Power Ranger shows.
Hell yeah, dude.
Yeah.
It must have been maybe a New Zealand.
Yeah.
Production.
Well, 'cause Lord of the Rings was too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Gemma implores Celia to keep her dog on her side of the fence, but Celia retorts that she just spent $80 on a shock collar. Gemma proposes that she try cranking it up a notch, but Celia just wants to know who the little lady is in the back seat. Gemma shares that it's her niece, Cady, and Celia asks if she's staying for the weekend, but Gemma isn't trying to share anything further. She tells her neighbor that it's been a really long drive, and she would appreciate it if Celia just didn't have the dog running into her yard, and if she could stop spraying chemicals onto her driveway. She indicates a spreading pool leaking down the driveway, and Celia apologizes before lifting the wand again and asking Gemma if she wants to borrow it when she's done, which was really funny.
I feel like, I don't know, I feel like Celia's kind of endearing as a neighbor.
A little bit. Yeah.
Now, you can't have your dog running around, but also I feel like Gemma is like, and shock that dog harder.
Yeah.
It's like, you're really mean, I think.
Yeah.
Hard. But flabbergasted, Gemma is like, no, I don't want to borrow it. And she also doesn't want to spend the afternoon getting Celia's sediment off of her driveway. She asks her neighbor to just hang a tarp or something, and Celia responds with the placating, okay. Wrangling multiple suitcases, Gemma heads inside. She's greeted by her AI assistant, Elsie, whose voice is provided by Ellen Dubin. She reports that Gemma has 6 unanswered voice messages and 5 Tinder notifications. When Cady looks up at her, Gemma instructs Elsie to turn off, and Elsie beeps as her light grows dim.
I understand it's a throwaway joke.
Yeah.
But I honestly feel like it kind of hurts what they're trying to do with Gemma, because if you are trying to paint her as this workaholic who doesn't have time for anything,
Yeah.
she's also dating, and
Maybe they were dick appointments. We don't know Gemma's business.
Maybe,
and also,
maybe,
but why is Elsie telling her business the minute she walks
It
in the
was
door?
that.
that could be anyone, dude.
Yeah.
But she doesn't know.
Gemma apologizes to Cady for that, but Cady is silent. Gemma tells her that she's going to put the bags away and invites her to just make herself at home. She disappears down the hall, and Cady takes a look around, lingering on a large display with toys on the shelves. She reaches up and carefully pulls down one of the toys still in its box. But Gemma comes out and tells her gently that those aren't toys. Well, technically they are toys, but they're collectibles, so you don't play with them. She takes the box away from Cady and sets it back on the shelf, admitting that probably sounds weird. Cady remains quiet, but she watches as Gemma slides it back onto the shelf. Gemma looks around, wondering if she has anything for her niece to play with before remembering, what happened to that perpetual pet I got you for your birthday?
Aunt Gemma, I don't know if you heard, but there was an accident.
Yeah.
And Leroy and I was the only...
Leroy didn't make it.
No.
Instead of answering, Cady shoves her hands into her coat pockets and sighs. It's okay. She says that she was just looking, and Gemma looks down at her, concerned.
I feel like that's another thing, honestly. Like, it seemed as if some time had passed between us seeing Gemma at the hospital
Yeah.
and her bringing Cady home.
Yeah.
And you made no preparations at all for anything. You know that you're going to have to bring a kid home.
Yeah.
And for there to not be toys or anything to occupy this kid with,
Right.
you work at a fucking toy company.
That is a good point, because she is a bit cold about the collectibles, and I mean, we do understand. You know what I mean? I get it.
No, I get that for sure.
Yeah.
That's your niece. You, even if not, it's a kid. Make it fun, or what she's going through. Oh, we don't take them out and play with them, but this one right here, when it was made,
it's that
you work at a toy factory. You should be full of this knowledge. You should know this shit.
I feel like. And I understand not wanting to have children, maybe not even being good with children, but I think it's just basic empathy for this person that's been through this. But me, I'd be like, if I know I'm bringing this kid home and I have a bunch of shit that I don't want her to touch.
Also,
on the way home, I'd be like, I have this really cool collection of toys. We can't play with them, but I can show you like the history and blah, blah, blah. Like, I think I would be talking it up instead of being like, make yourself at home. No, don't touch that.
Yeah.
Like that. Like, she's a child.
Yeah.
What child is not going to gravitate to a wall of toys?
Yeah.
And
she likes toys.
You know she likes toys, and you work at a place that has focus group testing with kids.
Yeah.
I'm just like, it's not like you've never seen a child before. Even if you don't have children, your work is geared for children.
Yeah.
I don't know.
This character.
I'll be honest. The more that we're talking about this, the more I think I don't fucking like Gemma. That night, Cady sits in her new bed, set next to an exercise bike and a yoga ball, drinking water. Gemma comes in with pillows for the window's bench seat, admitting that she knows it doesn't look like much right now, but she promises that they'll find a way to make it look cozy. Cady sets her water down on the nightstand, but Gemma promptly picks it up before setting it back down on a coaster. Pretty good foreshadowing.
Mm-hmm.
When she looks down at Cady and sees how defeated and sad she is, she struggles to find the words before sitting on the bed with her niece. She tells her that she knows this is a lot for her to take in, but she promises that she'll do everything she can to make this feel like home for her. She assures her that if she needs anything, she'll be really close. She's just right down the hall. She gets up to leave, but Cady stops her. "You're not going to read me a bedtime story?" Gemma is a little taken aback by this, but Cady explains that her mom always used to read her a bedtime story before bed. Gemma points out that she doesn't have any kids' books here right now, and at the look of disappointment on Cady's face, she tells her that that's okay. She can download one on her phone. She sits back down on the bed and looks down at her phone, realizing that she just needs to update the app. And while she does, the two sit awkwardly and wait. I really like this scene, actually, because we're using technology to help this child and maybe foster a better connection and relationship between these two people. And B, this is what I mean. I get maybe not being good with kids, but here she is trying. My mom used to do this for me. Okay, I can do it. I maybe can't do it in the way that your mom did, but I can do it. We can figure it out together. I just would have liked more of that.
Yeah.
Than this weird, whatever the fuck that last scene was. And then ultimately this almost
disconnected
and I'll say like transactional, like almost business relationship that they develop going forward.
That's fair.
Because it does feel manipulative after a certain point. So I this scene is really, I think, kind of crucial, even though it's really short. But I'm like, I just would have really liked more of this. Of Gemma still being Gemma, but like, fuck, I got to take care of this kid now.
Yeah, trying to figure it out.
Yeah. Later that night, Gemma starts to unpack Cady's boxes. She pauses when she finds the family photo of Cady, Nicole, and Ryan, and her features soften with emotion, but she turns when she hears Cady crying down the hall. She goes to investigate, but pauses at the closed bedroom door as her niece sobs inside.
And it kind of undoes what we just saw in the scene previous.
Yeah.
Hug your crying niece? I don't know.
I mean, I would be like,
are you the android? Like, what the fuck?
That's the twist.
I feel like we're laying groundwork for it. But yeah, at the very least, be like, are you okay?
Yeah.
If you want to be alone, I understand, but I'm right here. Do you need a hug? Whatever. She's like, oh, fuck, she's crying real hard in there.
Yeah.
Then just nothing.
Yeah.
The next morning, as Cady watches cartoons, Gemma sits in the next room on her phone. She tells the person on the other end that she can't believe this is happening. She's not equipped to handle this when she doesn't even take care of her own plants. We see that she's talking to Tess, who is taking the call in the lab while she works. She asks if Gemma has heard from Ryan's parents, and she has. They called and offered to help her, but they live in Florida, and they're kind of weird. Her priority is figuring out how to do this because, in her words, David is going to shit blood if she asks for more time off. And Tess understands this, but she points out that Gemma just lost her sister. Gemma counters that they spent $100,000 of company money on a product that David didn't even ask for. So if they don't get the prototype he's asking for soon, he's going to sue them. I was like, okay, I get, like, this is your pet project. Pets with a Z. No, I'm just kidding. But this is your pet project. You're working on it in secret, even though you're tasked with working on something else. Mm-hmm. You spent $100,000, and her head's still exploding.
Yeah,
you got to give it up.
Yeah,
David should sue you, dude.
Yeah.
That is crazy. That's like grand theft.
Yeah, dude, you can't do that.
Hell no.
But Tess reiterates that she doesn't think Gemma should be worried about work right now. She needs to be focusing on Cady. Gemma tries to rebut this, but she is interrupted when the doorbell rings. She opens the door to find Lydia, played by Amy Usherwood. She introduces herself, but Gemma stares at her blankly until she remembers. Oh, the therapist.
That was for us.
Yeah. Yeah, because we definitely couldn't infer it.
No.
But she invites Lydia inside, and the therapist goes over to Cady, who sits on the couch watching cartoons still. She introduces herself and points out that Cady is still in her pajamas. Gemma joins them in the living room, agreeing that they were just watching TV. And glancing up at the TV, Lydia comments, "I see that." She shoots a glance at Gemma before walking further into the living room. Gemma sets her phone down and asks how this is supposed to work. Lydia shrugs that she just needs to observe Gemma and Cady together for half an hour or 40 minutes. Gemma asks what they're supposed to be doing, and Lydia smiles at Cady as she offers simply, just hanging out. She suggests that maybe they could play with some toys or a game. She turns to Cady and asks if she wants to grab some toys to play with, but Cady counters that she doesn't have any toys here. Gemma adds that she just unpacked a box this morning, but she thinks the toys are just old and Cady doesn't play with them anymore. Indicating the shelving, Lydia proposes, "What about these toys up here?" But Cady informs her that they're not toys. They're Aunt Gemma's collectibles, and they're not supposed to play with them. Gemma laughs uneasily before deciding that that's okay. They can play with them. They can totally play with them. Do you want to play with them? She goes over to the shelving and picks up the box that Cady had been admiring. Cady and Lydia exchange a look as Cady opens a drawer and takes out a box cutter. Doing her best to look super casual, Gemma stabs a hole into the box and peels the wrapping away.
I feel like she could have been a little more careful with that wrapping.
Oh, I know.
She didn't need to do all
No,
that.
I can just rip it the fuck apart. That's fine.
I'll burn it.
Yeah. You want to break it? We can break it.
Come on, everybody knows what collectibles are. Don't make me fucking open this.
Yeah.
No.
Don't do that. And what do you mean? Oh, I can see that. We're just awake sitting here watching cartoons.
Yeah.
Why can't I be in my pajamas? Why can't she be in her pajamas? What the fuck?
Maybe that's what she needs right now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Lydia's judgmental from jump.
She is. She takes out a ball from the inside of the box and tosses it over to Cady with a grin. Later, Cady rocks it back and forth on the carpet while Lydia sits on the floor watching. The room is silent until Gemma points out that there's a lever on that'll... But Lydia interrupts her. She suggests that for the sake of the exercise, they let Cady lead. exercise.
I thought it was just observation.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Lead what?
Yeah.
Lead rolling the ball. I actually think that it would be a good indicator to watch Gemma teach Cady about something.
Very true.
And
yeah.
see how they interact with each other. Because it's not as though Cady's being evaluated or something and they want to see how she interacts with it. Like,
Right.
they want to see how they interact together, but don't talk to her.
Yeah. But you're doing it wrong.
Yeah, it's that.
No, we just hang out, but not like that. Gemma is fine with this, but says that she was only trying to explain how it works. Lydia dismisses this. It's a toy. It can't be that complicated. Gemma deflates. Lydia turns her attention to Cady and tells her that she's doing great. She asks if Cady wants to roll the toy to Aunt Gemma. She does, and Gemma picks it up, but she can't help herself but to tell Lydia that this is not really what it was designed to do. It does other things. Lydia gives her a stern look, and Gemma relents. Totally, let's just roll it on the ground like a tennis ball. We'll do that instead. She lets out a shaky sigh as she rolls the toy back to Cady, and Lydia fixes her with a judgmental look.
It was a very poor showing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't great.
No.
The only thing missing was her writing something down.
Yeah. Fuck.
I'm tanking this, aren't I? After the visit, Gemma walks Lydia to her car as the therapist shares that they'll do a few more visits, but they can do that at Gemma's office or at school. Gemma says that she's still looking into schooling because Nicole was homeschooling Cady, but it is on her list. Lydia changes the subject abruptly and apologizes for asking just how close Gemma was to her sister. Gemma is taken aback by this question, and she has to admit that she doesn't know. Lydia asks, "But you wanted to take custody, right?" Gemma insists that of course she did, and Lydia accepts this, but adds that Ryan's parents have said that they're willing to take Cady if it's too much for her. Gemma is appalled that his parents contacted Lydia, but Lydia says that it's not a big deal, citing that they were only trying to be supportive. But Gemma is clear that if Nicole wanted Cady to go to Jacksonville, she would have said so. Lydia allows that that's true, but even though that's the case, she has to make her own recommendation to the court as to whether or not this is a safe space for Cady, and Gemma is going to have to make one or two adjustments in order for this to work. Gemma nods and agrees, and once Lydia walks away to her car, she lets it sink in.
What are these one or two? Oh, you're already gone.
Bye.
Yeah.
That would be my first question.
Yes.
Like what?
Yeah.
What
Like-
do I need to do?
You
a
said
list, some notes.
yeah,
something.
you said a safe space. What did you just see that made this not a safe space?
Yeah.
I would really want to know that. She's like, well, have a good one.
Yeah. It's like a riddle.
Yeah.
Drive safe. Later, she sits at the table with Cady, and Cady chews on her toast quietly, but Gemma is engrossed in her phone.
And even this, yes, every kid's favorite meal, bread.
Yeah.
Dude,
Yeah.
they're
Like-
at the table later, and Katie's eating toast.
Yeah, like, get this kid. Shouldn't you be using like DoorDash or whatever equivalent you have in this film?
Yeah. Or have
Get her
your,
some McDonald's.
your Android or order it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, like that's more technology. The most she did was use a toaster. I don't know.
But when Gemma looks up and realizes that Cady is just sitting there watching her, she sets her phone down. She levels with Cady that she has a project at work that's overdue, and with all the time she's taken off, she's not sure she's going to be able to get it done. That would make me feel like shit.
Yeah.
At my big age,
Yeah.
all the time that I had to take off for you, I'm fucked at work now.
Yeah.
Like, why would you phrase it like that? I feel like I'm nitpicking Gemma, but like,
But it's every scene.
it's every
Yeah.
scene. And I feel like you have introduced a incredibly tragic backstory for this child that just happened.
Yeah, that's really all I could think was like, relax a little bit. Your niece needs you, dude.
Yeah.
I understand your job, your whatever, but again, and you're right, you saying that this is, I feel like maybe too heavy of a beginning story for Cady.
It's a
Yeah.
lot.
For what's going on in the movie.
And it doesn't even feel all that fleshed out. We have this element of her brother-in-law's parents.
Yeah.
They're weird, so no. What's weird about them?
Yeah, tell
Yeah.
us more.
And then you have this element with the sister who clearly doesn't like Gemma, but we're honoring all of her wishes, but we're not close and we don't talk. Or like, what is...
Yeah.
You know, it's complicated and we never get, it's never flushed out.
No.
And it's funny because I was looking online and I saw a lot of people talking shit about Cady
what?
and like saying she's annoying, she's a little shit. And I'm
What?
like, dude, the way that this film opens, like I can't help but feel sympathy for this kid, even when she wiles out a little bit later.
Yeah,
She
yeah.
does.
But it's like,
but-
of course she is.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like Gemma doesn't get enough. Gemma doesn't get enough hate, and Cady gets too much.
well, on this show.
Yeah, because we're gonna be with Cady. We're gonna see, and I feel like the story, it all goes with what's going on.
Yeah. But Cady responds by taking a bite of her toast, so Gemma presses forward. It won't take longer than a couple hours, but she's going to need Cady to hold down the fort by herself. It would help her a lot. Now, she is talking about going to her office at the house, but I literally thought she was about to leave this kid here.
I did too.
The way she's saying it.
Mhm.
But she tells Cady that she can even use her iPad to FaceTime a friend or play a game. She slides her device over to Cady, who looks at it for a moment before glancing back up at Gemma quizzically. What about screen time? When Gemma doesn't understand, Cady reiterates, how long before I have to turn it off? But Gemma doesn't care. Cady can be on it for as long as she wants. She assures her that she won't be gone long and she's just down the hall. Then when she's done, they can go somewhere, like a playground, or they could go get something to eat. And Cady agrees with a silent nod.
That is setting up how this film continues.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But it's also very troublesome to just be pacifying.
Yeah. And I'm like, I don't know, dude. Under normal circumstances, it's not great. But under these, I would literally be like, do you want to come in my office and
Yeah.
see? Like, I mean, I don't know.
That's kind of my thought process on this, because we are fixing to do, you know what I mean, get there.
Yeah.
But this is your target.
Yeah.
You have someone right here to get insight from
And
be a cool aunt and be like, check it out. We're
Yes.
spending time. We're bonding.
Yes.
Come help me with this.
yeah, it's honestly, I feel like this is something that would impress her.
Yeah.
For sure.
And it is, like you're saying, something that she can help with. She is uniquely qualified.
Yeah.
But you're like, here, play with this. I'm going to be in here.
And shut up.
Yeah.
Hold down the fort.
But don't be too loud.
Don't be
Yeah.
too loud. But I'm like, she's leaving her alone so often after what, I mean, I don't know, man. It gets annoying after a certain point that like you just stay fucking up in a way that is purely based in just basic empathy. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
It is her character, but it's almost just to make the rest of the film happen.
Right.
Yeah.
But that night, Gemma shakes her head as she continues working on the Perpetual Pets project. When I saw that it was night, I was like, oh, it wasn't a little bit.
Yeah.
Like, y'all aren't going to a playground.
Yeah.
Because that toast wasn't dinner.
No. Got it. But she uses a monitor to swap out faces for the pet, and another monitor chimes with a reminder. New Perpetual Pets prototype delivery deadline, tomorrow at 1:30 p.m. Gemma clicks off of this while behind her, out of focus, someone peeks in the doorway. Hearing the floorboards creak, Gemma turns just as the peeker pulls back. She calls out for Cady and she creeps back into the room, clutching a drawing in her hand. Gemma sincerely apologizes to Cady before calling her over, and she sighs as Cady slinks over somberly. She has to admit, I'm not off to a very good start here, am I?
No.
No, you're not. Cady doesn't answer with words, but the way she averts her eyes says it all. Gemma turns her attention to the drawing in Cady's hand, and she asks to see it. It's a multi-headed creature, buttoned into a star-spangled jacket and standing with their 2 feet secured in cowboy boots. Gemma smiles that it's amazing, but Cady counters that she's not done. She points to each head, describing that they're all supposed to be a different animal, a tiger, a grizzly bear, but she can't ever get the fur right. Gemma commiserates. She can relate because she's been working on furry creatures herself. She asks if she wants to see them, and Cady's face brightens at last into a small smile when she nods. Yes. Here!
Yeah.
Mhm.
She shows Cady her monitors, explaining that she's working on a cheaper version of Perpetual Pets, but they still want it to be fun. She asks Cady what she thinks and can't help but agree when Cady sighs, disappointed. But Cady turns and sees what appears to be a robot slumped in the corner. Cady asks what it is, and Gemma smiles and answers fondly, "That's Bruce." Cady walks over to it, asking if it's a toy, and Gemma says that he kind of is. Bruce is a proxy robot that she built in college. Cocking her head to the side, Cady wonders why he doesn't have a face, and Gemma agrees, admitting that it's a pretty obvious design flaw. But she opens a drawer and reaches inside, pulling out a pair of goggles. She slips them onto Bruce's face and asks, "How's that?" And Cady nods her approval as she giggles. Gemma asks if she wants to talk to Bruce, and after a shocked pause, Cady answers excitedly, "Yes." Gemma plucks a pair of gloves from a basket on her desk and slides them on. She brings the knuckles of each fist together and the gloves power up, illuminating her in a calm blue light. Suddenly, the slumped Bruce rises tall, standing to his full height to Cady's amazement. Gemma waves with her gloved hand, and Bruce follows suit, waving down at Cady. Bruce looks really cool.
He does.
Yeah.
I was surprised to find out that, like, obviously they put lights in him and stuff, but this is not an animatronic at all. He's 100% a puppet.
Oh, wow.
That's being
Really?
operated manually. Yeah.
Okay.
I honestly thought that we were going to learn the name of M3GAN later because I thought that it was going to be that Bruce was Model 1, the model that exploded was Model 2,
Okay.
and then M3GAN would be...
Right, the third.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But then learning the other way that the one that exploded was also M3GAN?
Yeah.
So were the perpetual pets the third one?
Second.
I mean, the second one?
I guess. I mean,
Maybe,
but they're
yeah.
listening to you when they shouldn't be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So-
no, for real.
Maybe you shouldn't be saying, telling people about that.
See,
Fair point.
we just need more Bruce. He's nice and quiet.
I
Yes.
like Bruce.
Yeah.
I like Bruce.
Mm-hmm.
Gemma speaks for Bruce. Hey, Cady, what's up? Cady giggles, and when Gemma makes Bruce offer his hand for a high five and encourages Cady to give him one, she does, gently. Gemma insists that Cady can do better than that, and when she does, Gemma makes Bruce wag his finger at her. Ouch, girl, not so hard. Cady is amused, but she has to know. How does Bruce work? Gemma asks if she's sure that she wants to know because it might freak her out. But gazing up at Bruce, Cady promises that she won't get freaked out. Gemma brings her gloves together to power Bruce down and returns them to the basket on her desk. She peels off the cover where Bruce's face would go. His inner workings exposed, she points to his stereoscopic cameras set in a pair like eyes. She points at a laser, a radar, and his bump sensor so he can tell the difference between a human and a hard surface. And finally, she points to a block in the center where all his thoughts go. Cady asks if that's his brain, and Gemma says that it is, and points out that Bruce even has a spectrometer so he can smell. Cady is amazed. She tells her aunt with reverence that she can't believe she made this. Gemma concedes that Bruce is pretty cool, but the problem with toys like Bruce is that they're so expensive, most kids can't afford to have one.
What does Bruce need to smell for?
Maybe fire, maybe smoke.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Could be useful.
He is big enough for rescue or for something
True,
like that.
For sure.
Yeah.
Now that pet thing that was shitting?
Yeah.
Not so much.
No,
Yeah.
no need for the smell technology.
No.
I stink.
Whoopsie daisy.
I will say, though, it is pretty sly as far as foreshadowing to show this inner working
Yes.
of what this thing does and where it is most powered.
Absolutely. But Cady asserts that if she had a toy like this, she would never need another toy again. At this, a reflective look goes over Gemma's face, and Deadly Valentine by Charlotte Gainsbourg plays as we launch into a montage.
Charlotte Gainsbourg. She's an Antichrist. She's in Melancholia.
Oh.
Okay.
She works a lot with Lars von Trier.
Oh, okay.
And her father was Serge Gainsbourg, who is a fantastic singer-songwriter.
All right.
All right.
This
So-
song's, it's good.
Yes.
Gemma takes a piece of the M3GAN prototype with its dangling wires and removes the casing before carefully spraying it with air duster. Grinning, she shoots off an email to David. Hey, David, so sorry, but we need to push this Perpetual Pets presentation back a week, before rendering a face for M3GAN on her computer. This is wild.
Yeah, I'm sure he took that well.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
And that thing he said it was tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay, Gemma. She puts on her gloves to activate Bruce and has him working on M3GAN's insides with her as Cady peeks in at them. A skull for the doll rises, freshly built and dripping, and Gemma slides in the brain. She reaches behind and presses a button that causes it to light up. A package arrives for Gemma, the silicone face. Cole helps to put more pieces together, and Tess airbrushes the face. She presents Gemma with wig options, an auburn one with bangs, and when Cole presents a floppy blonde wig for them to reconsider, they both tell him absolutely not.
So they're just using the company card just over and over.
Yeah. Yeah.
We've learned nothing. But we cut to them zipping up the back of the toy's outfit and stepping back to admire their work. We stand behind M3GAN as they gaze at her, and when Cole reaches out to make one more adjustment, Gemma pulls him back. The montage ends, and David walks into a red-walled room with plush black chairs facing a two-way mirror. Tess and Cole are hunched over a computer on the other side of the room, but when David enters with Kurt behind him, they both stand. Looking around, David wants to know what's going on. Where's Gemma and where's his prototype? Cole prefaces the presentation with his need to make it exceedingly clear that this was not his idea. The two-way mirror is facing a testing room filled with toys, and the light comes on now. David watches with skepticism as Gemma steps inside the toy room with Cady, remarking that she has someone she wants her to meet. She points out how much Cady liked Bruce, adding that she thinks she's going to like M3GAN even more. We see M3GAN sitting on a soft, round seat with her head lowered and her back to them. David rolls his eyes, but he crosses his arms and continues to watch. Gemma reasons that Bruce needs someone to operate him, but M3GAN works all on her own. They approach M3GAN, and Gemma reaches past the curtain of her honey blonde hair and pushes an unseen button on her neck. We hear M3GAN powering on, and she takes M3GAN's small hand and holds it out, palm up. She instructs Cady to press her fingers into the palm. Cady does as she's told, and Gemma shares that pairs Cady with M3GAN. And now, M3GAN will recognize Cady as her primary user, and she is hers and hers alone.
Was this frightening to anyone else?
Yes.
Like pairing my soul?
I mean,
Yeah.
pairing what exactly?
Yeah.
It
Elaborate.
It is very worrisome because I do, again, like you're saying, the pairing. So if M3GAN is mine and mine alone, what can I make M3GAN do? And then just be like, it wasn't me, until who gets blamed for that?
M3GAN. My thing, and we learn about M3GAN's price point a little later on.
Yeah.
But I'm like, what about people with multiple kids? Like, I can't buy multiple M3GANs because you're just pairing with one kid.
Oh, yeah.
And the kid's like, get two. I'm not sharing with Caitlin. Like, there's no way.
Buy me M3GAN or go to hell.
Yeah.
It's too much.
It doesn't work that way. But Gemma tells Cady to keep her fingers in M3GAN's palm and to say her name. And so Cady does. Hi, M3GAN. I'm Cady. M3GAN raises her head and blinks at her, saying, it's nice to meet you, Cady. This startles Cady enough that she drops M3GAN's hand, and she backs away while David continues to watch through the glass. M3GAN's pupil dilates and contracts, growing and shrinking as she focuses on Cady's face. We see her through M3GAN's eyes, flanked by her vitals and a breakdown of her emotional state from greatest to least. Anticipation, confusion, joy, fear, sadness, trust. Scanning Cady with her eyes, M3GAN tilts her head and says, I like that jacket. Where'd you get it? Okay, so that I'm like, that and Cady's name being spelled the way it is, these have to be Mean Girls references, right?
Yeah.
It has to be.
I would think.
I've yet to see the film.
And that's a damn crime.
Really, leave the show right now.
Get out. We'll finish this later. But Cady smiles that she can't remember where she got it. And M3GAN assures her that regardless, it looks good on her. She adds, do you want to hang out? Cady looks for M3GAN to Gemma for approval. And when Gemma grins at her, Cady accepts her offer with an, okay. M3GAN, played by Amy Donald, stands, and at the shock of Cady in front of her and David behind the glass, she walks fluidly over to a table and kneels in front of it. So the way she moves is very interesting. I was not expecting the fluidity,
Yeah.
but I want to explain a little bit how M3GAN was brought to life because it was extremely interesting to me. So Johnstone turned to Adrienne Moreau and Kathy Say from Moreau Effects Studios for M3GAN because they are super accomplished in makeup effects, prosthetics, and animatronics. I was looking up their credits, and between the two of them, and this is just some of their credits, between the two of them, they have individually or collectively worked on things like Brain Scan, Martyrs, The Whale, Mother, The First Omen, Sharp Objects, Scream 6, The The Lighthouse, Crawl, The Revenant, some of the X-Men movies, and Cult of Chucky.
God damn.
Yeah. So Johnstone and Say went back and forth for months over M3GAN's design. And I read in a Fangoria article, shout out to Jordan Nash for sending us the magazine.
Yes.
For her face, they said they composited features from children from retail catalogs. Just like picking and choosing and compositing them together. I don't know.
That's creepy.
Yeah. But she originally had more doll-like proportions, but when they brought in Amy Donald, they realized that it wasn't going to work and they decided to go for something more realistic. So they 3D scanned Amy Donald and then casted M3GAN's body from that template. And there were so many extra limbs and body parts that they traveled with a moving truck that had shelving from floor to ceiling filled with parts to just swap out for whatever they needed.
Wow.
So they also pre-recorded her lines so that they could match M3GAN's mouth by hand and digitally. But when it came to operating M3GAN, the puppet, obviously, because there is a child playing her as well. When it came to operating the puppet, they had puppeteers that all had to work together in tandem, like we talked about on Child's Play. Firstly, M3GAN had a puppeteer named Paul Lewis that used a rod attached to the back of her head to give physical reactions. So every time she turns or cocks her head to the side, that's him kind of bringing life to those movements. And I read that none of the sets were built to accommodate him, so he had to cram wherever he could.
Oh, wow.
And I saw on a featurette on the Blu-ray him like laying behind stuff. Like he really showed up, you know? But for her face, she was operated with 3 different remotes, one for her brows, one for her eyes, and one for her jaw and lips. And they all had to manipulate them simultaneously. They likened it in the featurette to a symphony with everybody moving in tandem, making her shocked, angry, happy, you know, and I think it is very fluid. It looks really cool.
Yeah.
And Amy Donald, like when she gets up and walks across, there are moments where like she's kind of shot low and she's gliding and that's a puppet. But when you see her walking and moving, that's Amy Donald. I think she was like 12. She was is a world champion dancer, a brown belt in karate, and a contortionist.
God damn.
And in the scenes where she's portraying M3GAN, they had a mask on her that they would digitally add like the eyes and everything and movement to. But she said that the mask would fog up and she very often couldn't see anything. And so they implemented hand signals to make sure that she was still okay. A double thumbs up meant she was good to keep rolling, and making an X with her arms was like, I need to get out of this now.
Oh, wow.
But we're going to see a little bit more what Amy Donald brought to this character physically. And it is just, I feel, exceedingly impressive.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The way that they switch pretty seamlessly between a puppet and a real person and a person wearing a mask, but then this face being imposed on this mask. Like, I think they did a really fucking great job. I think M3GAN looks really, really cool.
Yeah, that is one thing that honestly myself I do like too is the design.
Mm-hmm.
It is a tiny robot girl. And
Yeah.
it's like, oh, you're going to kill me later.
Oh, yeah.
My days are numbered.
I was reading an interview with Peter McCaffrey, who was the cinematographer.
Yeah.
This is actually the first film that he was the director of photography for.
Oh.
But he was talking about how the use of this doll and the use of the actress dictated a lot of what they did and could get away with through their cinematography. He said that they only had a half a day to do camera and light tests with the animatronic M3GAN
Oh.
before they had to shoot the film, which is not
Oh my God.
a lot of time at all.
Yeah. Doesn't sound like it.
No.
But he said that they had to do really heavy storyboarding because you need to understand when and how you're going to be using who or what.
Yeah.
And so a lot of this was painstakingly determined as they were working on it.
Mm-hmm.
And they said that all the mid shots and extreme close-ups were the animatronic, and you do see the more pulled back shots that give more space it does allow for the ability to have the actress take the place
Right.
of the animatronic.
Mm-hmm.
But it was all just trying to figure out what they can and can't get away with on camera.
Yeah.
And like you said about the puppeteers, having to have them on set the way that they did, it dictated what kind of lighting that they could use because they're trying to limit shadows.
Yeah.
Yeah. Damn.
So
Yeah.
it was a lot of work, and I think that they really, really excelled in what they did.
Yes. They said too, Johnstone said that he really wanted to lean into the uncanny valley. And again, I think that very, very successful.
Mm-hmm.
Something else that you had mentioned about it being seamless,
Yeah.
McCaffrey said that they did their principal photography in New Zealand, but then sometime later they did pickup shots in New Zealand, and then they also did pickups in the United States. And so there will be scenes where there are 3 different times or maybe 2 different countries that they were filmed.
Yeah.
And you can't tell.
Not at
No.
all. But Cady goes and sits across from M3GAN, and David looks over at Cole and Tess, astonished. M3GAN questions, "Shall we draw?" And when Cady asks what she's going to draw, M3GAN invites her to see if she can guess. She picks up a pen from a block on the table and starts to drag it across the paper in front of her. Cady once again looks over at Gemma, who smiles back at her as David watches with bated breath. M3GAN grabs another pen and continues her drawing before looking up at Cady with a smile. But when M3GAN slides the paper over for her to view, Cady is confused. The paper is still completely blank and white. As she looks up, her brows knitted in confusion, she tells M3GAN that there's nothing there. M3GAN reads her emotional state again: confusion, anticipation, content, joy, sadness, trust. M3GAN's smile droops and she tells Cady, "Oh, I'm sorry." She thrusts her arm forward, knocking over a cup of clean water with paintbrushes jutting out of it. The water spills across the paper.
David has never looked more disappointed in his
Yeah,
life.
that was very funny.
Gemma's fired.
Yeah, it's done. Cady gasps, and behind the glass, David sighs and pinches the bridge of his nose, defeated. That was the final test, and M3GAN failed. But when Cady pushes the paintbrushes out of the way and writes the overturned glass, his expression changes. M3GAN smiles as the water brings her art out of the paper, and as Cady picks it up to get a better look, M3GAN reassesses her emotional state. Joy, surprise, content, anticipation, trust, sadness. She asks her, "Do you like it, Cady?" And as whimsical music blooms, we see that Cady is holding a realistic drawing of herself. She smiles as she admits, "I love it." David can only breathe Jesus as Kurt chuckles behind him. Gemma smiles proudly as she looks toward the glass where David stands, unseen to her. But he has to admit, this is incredible. When he asks Kurt for confirmation that this is unbelievable, Kurt nods vigorously with a big smile. Tess glances over at Cole and has to agree herself. Yeah, it is. Gemma steps in and David immediately points out toward M3GAN and asks how she did this. Gemma just settles into one of the seats coolly, grinning that she thought David didn't want to know. You got a lot of nerve.
Yeah.
You got a lot of nerve.
Yeah.
But David asks for sure that this was real and not a simulation. The kid isn't an actress, right? But Gemma assures him that Cady is her niece. David asserts that they need to get this in front of the board. And when Kim starts to agree that he was just about to say that, David interrupts and plows forward. Before anything else, they need to talk manufacturing costs. He asks Gemma if it'll be more or less than a Tesla. Gemma's like, and she looks behind David at Tess and Cole. Cole shakes his head, unsure, and Tess points down. But Gemma just answers that it'll depend on the model. Excited, David still announces that he's in. He's all in. But he adds that they're going to be asking the board to invest in something that won't see a profit for 3 years. This isn't going anywhere without Greg. Kurt is like, Greg is the chairman. Jim is like, yeah, I know who Greg is.
That was for us.
Yeah.
David tells them that Greg is a hard ass when it comes to spending money. But here's the thing. He has a kid about Cady's age. And if they can show Greg what Gemma just showed David and get him to respond emotionally instead of analytically, they should be off to the races. He asks, so can they keep the girl and make Cady part of it? He remembers that she paired with M3GAN. Isn't that how this whole thing works?
He's a hard ass about spending money, but $100,000 are missing.
Yeah.
And he didn't. He's like, checks out to me.
Yeah.
But Gemma tells him that that's true. The more time M3GAN spends with Cady, the more effective she'll be. David is stoked and tells Kurt to get Shelly on the phone. Kurt immediately takes out his phone and starts dialing. And David turns to Gemma, tasking her with giving him a list of things to say in a presentation to make him sound like he knows what he's talking about. Gemma and Tess exchange an excited glance as David continues. Holy shit, this is exciting. He tells them all to remember this moment. The moment we kicked Hasbro right in the dick. We press in on Gemma, who smiles.
We're in business.
I guess.
Yeah.
Probably would have been cool to speak to Cady about committing her to this
Yeah.
beforehand.
For sure. But I do appreciate this motivation for why Cady and M3GAN need to be spending so much time together.
True.
Yeah.
Her Gemma's motivations clearly are work related and not Cady related, but she has a reason why they need to spend as much time together as possible. Later, Cady bursts in the house, followed by M3GAN, who steps in and coolly takes off her sunglasses. Gemma announces in a voiceover, the new Model 3 generative android from Funky is a fully autonomous humanoid robot with features never before seen in the consumer market. With her sunglasses off, M3GAN immediately zeroes in and identifies the Elsie on the counter before following Cady, where she gushes about her Aunt Gemma's collectibles. She points out her favorite and M3GAN zeroes in, identifying it as a kaiju Frankenstein. But Cady is bouncing, more happy and energetic than we have ever seen her, as she leads M3GAN to her room to show her more awesome toys. M3GAN reads her emotional state, excitement, anticipation, joy, contentment, trust. Gemma returns in voiceover as we scan over M3GAN's endoskeleton, sculpted from a titanium core. M3GAN's designed to withstand whatever life can throw at her. To illustrate this, we see Cole turning on a camera in a lab, and we watch the footage as he nudges her forward with a long stick.
That is excellent for the longevity of a toy,
Yeah.
but should this toy become our adversary? Not good.
Might be a problem.
Yeah.
The voiceover comes back, describing an A17 bionic fusion chip that M3GAN comes equipped with. And we see this before it's overlaid with M3GAN's skull, which is in turn overlaid with M3GAN's face. Gemma's voice boasts that she can be fully customized through 6 different silicone skin pigments. And we see 3 examples of this before entering the lab, where M3GAN is set on the stand where we first met her. As we close in on her face, Gemma shares that the most exciting aspects about M3GAN are the features still to come. Because through their own unique approach to probabilistic inference, M3GAN is on the constant quest for self-improvement. Gemma and Tess work on a computer before a screen of news and information appears translucent in front of M3GAN's scanning eyes. We see Cady pushing the pieces of an abacus as M3GAN watches, and Gemma details that this can help with diagnosing children with specific learning differences or reminding them of the way science is all around us. At the table, Cady has another plate of toast in front of her as she gulps down from a large glass of water.
Get this kid a McGriddles. Something.
Water and toast? Just bread?
That's it.
Is she in prison?
Bread.
Yeah.
Toast and bread.
Toast and
Water
bread. Like in the 1840s prison?
But when Cady sets the water down on the table, Gemma winces, and M3GAN gently speaks up from the other end of the table, reminding Cady that she should use a coaster. When Cady asks why, M3GAN explains that coasters help to avoid watermarks, especially on wooden surfaces. Cady picks her glass back up and sets it down properly on the coaster, but she wonders how the water gets outside of the glass. Gemma looks confused, but M3GAN knows why. It's actually caused by the difference in temperature outside of the glass, which pulls moisture from the air. Cady smiles that's crazy, and M3GAN agrees. It's insane, right?
It is very funny that Jim is like, I
I
have
don't
no
know.
idea.
That is an excellent.
Yeah, that is above my pay grade, kid.
Oh, she's a toy maker.
She's like a robotics expert.
I've got nothing.
Gemma's voiceover gives the statistic that 78% of a parent's time is dishing out the same basic instructions, so they've found someone else to pick up the slack. A sleepy Gemma walks down the hall and into the bathroom. We hear the toilet lid open, and Gemma reacts with, "Oh my God!" She calls out to Cady, reminding her to flush the toilet. It's not that hard. Later, Cady races out of the bathroom, but M3GAN stands in the doorway, reminding her, "Cady, flush the toilet." Cady goes back in and flushes, but when she starts to run out again, M3GAN adds, "Wash your hands." Cady goes back to wash her hands, rolling up her sleeves when M3GAN tells her to. When she runs out this time, M3GAN tells her that she did a great job and slaps her a high five.
Her parents are just letting her live wild, I guess. It's unbelievable.
In the car, Cady rambles about her friends and a story they were told as M3GAN actively listens to her. The voiceover shares that M3GAN is a great listener, and she even has a few stories of her own. We see M3GAN reading Alice in Wonderland to Cady, putting on a deep English accent for one of the characters. Cady gazes up at her, amazed, before looking back down at the book.
This is a skill that is quite frightening in other applications.
Oh,
Okay.
That's
Yeah, yeah.
actually a really cool. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yes.
I will be honest though, right now, if this is safe, I don't mind this. Like, you are teaching my child stuff, science,
Stuff that I don't
other
know.
stuff. Yeah, stuff I don't know.
I think what's really unfortunate though is the car ride.
Yeah.
Jim is there.
Yeah. No,
but-
talk to M3GAN.
Yeah, that I think that's where the problem.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
But no, by all means, teach her about condensation.
Yeah, it's very important.
Do you know math?
Yeah.
Because that can help me out a lot.
Maybe I could stop using this abacus.
As Cady teaches M3GAN to dance, Gemma's voiceover adds that she'll never run out of ways to keep your child occupied, and she'll never run out of patience. When Cady runs out of the bathroom at home again, M3GAN tells her, "Cady, seriously, flush the toilet."
You're embarrassing me.
Yeah.
Cheery music plays as M3GAN tucks Cady into bed before sitting on presumably a charging station on the window seat. As a light illuminates from below, M3GAN gazes lovingly at Cady, and the voiceover concludes that with M3GAN around, she'll take care of the little things so you can spend more time doing the things that matter. We see Gemma in her living room, propping her feet up on the table as she sets her computer on her lap and turns on the TV. That's not what I was expecting.
No.
The
I
things
thought
that
it
matter.
would be them playing a game or like going to a movie or
Yeah.
It's like, whew,
talking.
now that kid's preoccupied.
like that little shit out of here. And again, this is a pro fuck them kids podcast. You know what I
Right.
mean? But in the context of this film, I am just appalled
Yeah.
No,
by
it's
Gemma.
a lot.
rough.
In her lab, Gemma proposes that they could end it with something like, "M3GAN, she's more than just a toy. She's part of the family." Cole tells her that it sounds good before making sure that she's not going to do the voice though, right? Gemma says that she won't. David will make up his own version of it, and she just wants him to be aware of what he's selling. Tess is spraying M3GAN with duster though, and Gemma can't help but notice her silence. When she asks about it, Tess admits reluctantly that she's not sure. When Gemma presses her, Tess questions why they would want M3GAN to do all that stuff. But Gemma reminds Tess that these are emergent capabilities. M3GAN is going to be able to do all that and a lot more. Tess asks if any of that bothers her. She thought they were creating a tool to support parents, not replace them. If Gemma is having M3GAN tuck Cady in and read her a bedtime story, when is she ever spending time with her or even talking to her? Gemma snaps that she really doesn't think this is any of Tess's business, causing Cole to shift uncomfortably in his seat.
Tess is the only one making sense.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she's right.
Yeah. But Tess asserts gently that it is her business. If Gemma is spending less time with Cady as a result of M3GAN, that's something they need to be aware of. And she's right.
Mm-hmm.
But Gemma fires back that Cady is not her child. When this garners no response, Gemma looks between Tess and Cole before reminding them of how hard she's been working on this presentation. As soon as it's done and the board proceeds to go forward with it, then she can establish some kind of balance. But for now, what's important is Cady and M3GAN spending as much time together as possible.
So at this point, it's clear that a lot of time has passed. We just saw a montage.
Yeah.
So I guess Lydia told the courts that Gemma was okay?
Lydia's still deciding.
Okay. All right.
And I know I did say it was cool, her teaching, you know what I mean, her all that stuff. But she is right. There has to be a balance.
Yes.
M3GAN is there to support, not to replace.
Yeah.
And I realize even more just how fucked up it is to snap, I'm not her parent.
Yeah.
Or she's
Yeah.
not my kid or whatever.
Well, because she was like, if M3GAN makes you spend less time with your child, and she's like, Katie's not my child. It's like, God damn, dude.
You are her.
You're her guardian.
Yeah.
Tess sighs, but Gemma adds that she really doesn't think it's having detrimental effects. This is the happiest that Cady has been since her parents died. But M3GAN startles all of them by speaking up from her stand. How did Cady's parents die?
That's terrifying.
Yeah.
I also, again, maybe it would have worked better if Gemma was a friend of
Yeah.
Katie's mom,
Yeah.
you know, or something like that.
But even then,
because-
she should have been sad.
Yeah.
I don't know, dude. I don't know what would have worked.
no grieving at all.
Yeah, I think it is, that is the, I don't even know what the word I'm looking for, but it does hurt the story because there is no emotion still for your lost family member
At all. Tess says that she thought M3GAN was turned off, and Gemma agrees, telling her, M3GAN, turn off. But M3GAN doesn't turn off. In fact, she reports, Cady James, daughter of Nicole and Ryan James, killed in a collision on Interstate 84 outside of Oregon. They all stare at M3GAN uneasily, and Cole asks, why is she doing that? Gemma realizes that M3GAN is still paired with Cady, and Cole is surprised that she didn't code in parental controls. Gemma gets on her laptop with the excuse that she didn't have time to implement them before they went live. She tells M3GAN that if she has data requests, she has to engage with the protocols. But staring forward, M3GAN admits that she doesn't have a framework to speak with Cady about death. Gemma says that she knows and they're looking into it, but M3GAN takes it upon herself, gathering auxiliary internet data about death. Gemma objects that she meant at a later date, but M3GAN continues, calculating its vector representation. Death is the end of life, the total and permanent cessation of all vital functions. Cole mutters, holy shit, as he realizes the screen next to him shows a grid dotted with red. Gemma says that that's true, but let's not make a big deal of it. Everything dies. M3GAN asks, will I die? Gemma decides that they should avoid this topic altogether. She tells M3GAN explicitly that her goal is to protect Cady from physical and emotional harm. She asks, is the input request received? M3GAN just blinks at her, and when Gemma prods, M3GAN? She replies, yes, Gemma. Her voice distorted. She reports, you are now my second primary user. Gemma sighs that that's fantastic before telling M3GAN to turn off. The three look at each other uncomfortably, and Cole decides that he's going to go get a coffee. He leaves the room, but we linger on Gemma, who looks ponderingly at M3GAN.
It felt a lot like Wish on a Monkey's Paw.
Yeah. I also worried with her being like, let's not make a big deal about death.
Yeah.
What's the implications of that?
No big deal.
Yeah. But that night, we glide over Cady, cuddling a stuffed dog and sleeping in her bed, to find M3GAN perched in her spot on the window seat. She seems to be staring forward, but when we look closer at her eyes, we see them shifting back and forth. The next morning, M3GAN stands in the window, watching Cady play outside, racing back and forth with a toy bow and arrow, warning that death and destruction and mayhem are at every turn, with enemies around every corner. Putting on an accent, Cady shares that it was decided that the firstborn from every family must prove their worth. M3GAN focuses in on her, reading her vitals before taking a lingering look at a butterfly. As Cady continues to play, the butterfly flutters in the air before landing on the glass in front of M3GAN. She continues to stare at it, zooming in to look before glancing up at the sky and inspecting a passing helicopter.
I thought that she was kind of becoming more sentient. Like, I thought she was thinking about death.
Yeah.
She looked like she was looking out the window like she was in a music video or something.
She did, though. And then what Cady's saying and her watching this butterfly. Yeah. Cady calls out to her, "Hey, M3GAN, check this out," before shooting her arrow. It lands on the glass right in front of M3GAN's face, causing the butterfly to flee and Cady to announce, "Gotcha, you're dead." I was like, Cady, hold on.
Yeah.
M3GAN's kind of going through a lot right now.
Dust in the wind playing in her head.
When M3GAN doesn't react or respond, Cady looks at her worriedly before asking what's wrong. She pulls the arrow from the glass, but M3GAN just continues to stare. Cady calls out that she lost one of her arrows, and M3GAN's screen displays voice recognition. When Cady holds up her remaining arrow and asks M3GAN if she's seen it, M3GAN narrows her eyes to scan it. And when Cady wanders off to look, M3GAN looks across the yard, small blue squares appearing on objects in her view. She finally sees Cady's arrow through the hole in the fence. Outside, M3GAN approaches the fence before kneeling down and peering through the hole at us. She spots the arrow, and Cady takes notice of her as she leans in to grab it. But as soon as she reaches inside and grasps the arrow, Dewey the dog comes out of nowhere, chomping down hard on M3GAN's arm. He snarls as he starts to drag her through the hole and into Celia's yard. Cady screams and races for her, but Dewey has bitten M3GAN by the neck and thrashes her, hitting her face against the dirt again and again as he shakes her in his jaw. Cady screams for Gemma.
I will say it is very funny to see this dog tearing M3GAN up and M3GAN putting up no defense at all.
She's just accepting it.
This is what happens.
Well, she hasn't been programmed. She doesn't
That's
know.
true. You didn't program me to fight dogs. I'm not Larry Talbot.
But inside, Gemma has her headphones on and sits at her work computer. She hears nothing. And I'm like, you know this dog is in your yard all the time. Not only are you not watching, you can't even hear what's going on out there.
Yeah.
But M3GAN's eyes dilate and contract as Dewey continues to attack her. And when Cady begs him to stop and reaches for M3GAN, Dewey sinks his teeth into her arm instead. Pulled against the fence, Cady lets out a blood-curdling scream. Gemma finally hears the commotion and rushes outside. Celia is coming out as well, calling for Dewey, but Dewey sprints past her into his doghouse. Gemma finds Cady with her bitten arm and yells at Celia, asking her how many times she's told her to keep that dog off her property. But Celia counters that he wasn't on Gemma's property. She needs to tell those two girls to stay on their side of the fence. So hold on.
Yeah. Let's be real. The doll looks close.
She's impressive.
But not that impressive.
But also, if you thought that was a little girl, you think Dewey's just fucking her up.
And she's fine.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's that. Get your dog off my property, not your dog bit my niece.
Yes.
Your dog attacked my niece's
Friend.
robot?
Yeah,
friend.
I
A
don't-
robot
yeah.
friend. Gemma just promises that if Celia doesn't put that dog down, she's going to do it for her. Potentially a foolish thing to say.
Yeah.
But M3GAN rises, her hair mussed and littered with dry leaves. She reports to Gemma that Cady's temperature is rising. Her wounds need to be disinfected immediately. Gemma ushers a whimpering Cady inside, but Celia yells after them that this never would have happened if Gemma had just fixed her fence. M3GAN turns to Celia and the two lock eyes, and as M3GAN scans the woman up and down, Celia wears a look of suspicion, but she finally tears her eyes away from the android and walks quietly back into her house. But we linger on M3GAN as a tense score rises.
At no point is Celia like, what the fuck is that?
Yeah.
Literally.
Because I certainly would be.
Oh, yeah.
Because they haven't seen shit like this yet.
No. That night, Gemma stands outside talking to Officer Carter, played by Samson Chan Boone. She is in disbelief that they won't do anything about the dog, citing that Cady's arm looks like a dental mold. Carter counters that Celia said the dog was provoked, but Gemma points out that the dog is a monster and she has to chase him out of her yard every other day.
I don't know a lot about the law. I'm not a lawyer. But I don't know about self-defense clauses for a dog. They're like, look, we interviewed the dog. He's not going to press charges.
Yeah.
But it's like, what?
The dog said the kids called him a bitch.
Yeah, so that's not his fault.
This was very like, come on, dude. I thought the same thing. The dog bit a child.
Yes, isn't that enough?
Yeah.
The dog's not going to press charges. Is crazy. We watch from Megan's POV from inside the house as the officer shares that Celia told him the dog is never on Gemma's property. Gemma wonders whose shit she's cleaning off her driveway then, because it's not hers. Maybe Leroy did make it. Megan watches the conversation intently from her spot in Cady's window, and Carter says that the dog doesn't have a history of violence, so state law says he can't forcibly be put down. Gemma asks what she's supposed to do then, and with a sigh, Carter proposes, fix the hole in your fence? Megan turns her attention toward Cady, sleeping in her bed. She checks her vitals and her 99-degree temperature. But I'm like, what is that hole from? I would assume it was from Dewey.
Yeah.
I don't understand why it's Gemma's responsibility to fix it.
It is a shared.
Because Celia said that too. If you would have fixed the hole in the fence.
Maybe Gemma did it.
And she kicked it.
Yeah.
We cut to Dewey, sleeping in his doghouse in Celia's yard. He's startled awake at the sound of a whistle. Celia calls out to him, but when he looks up, the voice is coming from Gemma's side of the fence. Celia's voice continues to beckon him, but it's a small hand that comes into view from the hole and drops him a treat.
The slightly warped mechanical voice was actually pretty creepy.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
I actually like that a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Dewey rushes toward this, the bell around his neck jingling lightly. He lowers his head to the ground to sniff out his treat, but when he hears rustling, he looks up through the hole. There is nothing for a long time, but Megan suddenly lurches into view. We watch Dewey as he is dragged through the hole in the fence, whining. The next morning, Gemma is woken up by the sound of Celia yelling for Dewey. She claps her hands, calls his name, whistles. Gemma presses a pillow against her ear, but when that won't work, she gets out of bed. She looks out the window to find Celia in her robe, wandering the street and calling for her dog again and again. Gemma watches her with a furrowed brow, but when Celia turns and catches her in the window, Gemma quickly closes the curtains. She goes into Cady's room where Megan sits charging by the window. The creaking of the door wakes Cady up, and Gemma goes to feel her forehead. She asks how Cady is doing, and Cady shares sadly that she's okay, just sore.
So did we not take her to the doctor?
No, just let her sleep it off. That's wild.
Yeah.
She had a fever.
Yeah, she did.
and an animal attacked her.
An animal attacked her, and Megan was the one that had to be like, dude, we need to get her inside.
Yeah.
Gemma's like, look, I got a lot of work to do. Carry
got
her.
this, right?
You're a titanium.
Oh, yeah, hold it down.
Yeah. I thought you were watching her.
Megan chimes in cheerily that the pain will subside after a few days, but she needs to remember to take her antibiotic and drink plenty of fluids. So maybe she did go to the doctor.
Okay.
But still.
Okay.
All right.
Gemma thanks Megan, but turns to talk to Cady, and Megan interrupts again, and be sure to get plenty of rest. Gemma looks at Megan for a moment before admitting to Cady that she thinks Megan is right. She probably should get some rest. But she reminds Cady that they have that demonstration today. At the mention of this, Megan's eyes immediately dart from Gemma to Cady. Cady lowers her gaze, and Gemma assures her that she doesn't have to do it if she's not feeling up to it. I mean, there are people who flew across the country especially to see it, but if she's not feeling up to it, Gemma would rather she just say that now. M3GAN returns her focus to Gemma, but Cady insists quietly that she'll be all right. Gemma lets out a sigh of relief, but M3GAN is watching her. It's this.
Yeah. I feel like, honestly, I understand that she's a little robot, but Cady needs rest.
Yeah.
And she said that, and Gemma's like, well, but also these people, they came all the way from...
That's the thing. It's so manipulative that, like, I mean, it's okay if you can't do it, but like, geez, these people just came here just to see you. Like, it's fucked up.
Yeah, don't do that.
No. I'll probably get fired, but...
But we'll be homeless. But I mean, I guess if you need to rest,
That's
you need
up
to
to
rest.
you.
But this is when I'm watching this and M3GAN's watching Gemma, I'm like, she specifically programmed her to keep her from getting physically or emotionally hurt.
Yes.
And this is hurtful. This is manipulative.
Yeah.
At Funky headquarters, David is in the red room with Gemma, Tess, Cole, Kurt, and the shareholders. He announces that every interactive toy that's ever been made has been a variation on the same basic formula. We revolve around him to see that all of those nice black chairs are full, and he details that interactive toys come with a series of programmed responses initiated by the push of a button. He boasts that never before in the history of these toys has there been a doll that you can actually have a conversation with. David wonders, what if there was a toy with genuine spontaneous response and a mind all its own, but still looked and acted as a real kid? David reasons that a toy like that wouldn't be cheap, but next year, it's going to be the only toy that matters. Gemma and Tess stand against the wall, excited, as David brings his pitch to a close. Ladies and gentlemen, she is the apex of 21st century technology, wrapped up in 4 feet of silicone, and her name is M3GAN. David hits the button on a remote, and the curtain obscuring the two-way mirror parts and slides open. Cady sits in the testing room on the blue seat where M3GAN sat when she met her. The door to the room opens, and M3GAN steps inside with a, "Hi, Cady." But Cady's hi back isn't nearly as enthusiastic. The board members watch intently as M3GAN saunters over to the table. She turns to Cady and asks how she would like to help her make a flower decoration, only using colored paper and a rubber band. Unexpectedly, Cady covers her face and begins to sob. Gemma is startled by this, and Tess looks at her with worry. But David tries to maintain stoicism when Greg, played by Michael Sacante, eyes him with skepticism.
You better be going somewhere with this.
But behind the glass, M3GAN asks sincerely why Cady is sad. Is her arm still sore? Cady shakes her head, and M3GAN implores her, "Then what is it?" Gemma and David shoot a nervous glance at each other as Cady answers. Every day she wakes up in this strange house and she remembers that her parents are dead, and it's like it happens all over again. Board members look at each other with shock and shift uncomfortably as Cady admits that she just misses them so much. Gemma's eyes fill with tears as Cady continues that she's worried that she'll forget all the things they did together, and one day she'll be looking at a picture of her mom like she's some stranger. M3GAN seems to lock eyes with Gemma through the glass before settling her gaze back on Cady. She walks over to her and sits down, inviting Cady to tell her something about her mom that makes her happy. Cady has trouble because she can't just think of one thing, but M3GAN encourages her to try. Cady remembers that one time her mom found a cockroach in her school bag, and she was upset because Cady hadn't been eating her sandwiches. All of a sudden, the cockroach crawled up her mom's wrist, and she started screaming like a maniac and ran out of the house. Cady admits that that was pretty funny. M3GAN says that now that's a memory she won't ever forget. Cady doesn't understand, but pressing her hand to her own chest, M3GAN explains that she's keeping it for her. Here. Cady's own voice plays for her, recalling the memory of her mother that she just shared. Everyone in the next room reacts to this with quiet shock and amazement. M3GAN promises Cady that anytime she wants to tell her something special about her parents, or something funny or sad, or just anything at all, she just has to tell it to M3GAN and she'll keep it safe for her. Then they can listen to it whenever they want. She sings to Cady, wiping away her tears. If you should feel alone or that your world has come apart, just reach out and you'll see. A friend is never very far. Tell me your dreams. I will dream them too. I'm so glad I finally found you. Cady finally smiles before embracing M3GAN in a tight hug. A crying board member played by Melissa Billington blots her face on a napkin, and David smirks when he sees that Greg is engrossed. The moment Cady and M3GAN hug, David leads the room in enthusiastic applause. He starts out of the room with Greg, but Greg asks for Gemma to join them.
So that was a M3GAN original.
Yeah.
And she saved your ass, Gemma.
Oh yeah.
Good Lord. I do want to talk about this song and other music in the film.
Yeah.
The composer was a guy called Anthony Willis, and he actually composed the scores for Saltburn and Promising Young Woman.
Oh.
And it was the score for Promising Young Woman that got him on Johnstone's radar.
Okay.
But this song, Tell Me Your Dreams, was the first.
Aptly titled.
Yes. It was the first thing he composed for the film.
Okay.
And it was actually composed in 2 days.
All right.
He had said that whenever he saw it in the script, he knew that, of course, it needed to be something almost like a Disney parody.
Yeah.
And something nostalgic, but also tender.
Yeah.
And so, interestingly, the other thing that he kept in mind is he was like, I want to write it simplistically so it feels as if AI wrote it.
Okay.
And you do kind of get that feeling from it.
Yes.
But the director wrote the lyrics, and he was very impressed, of course. And he commented on the fact of needing such versatility for this score because it wasn't just the horror elements or the comedy elements or the sci-fi elements. It's also little things like that where you're like,
Yeah.
oh, I have to write like a Disney situation?
Yeah.
There's also these like whimsical moments too.
Yeah, like almost like a fairy tale.
Yes.
But he had said that one of the things, his kind of secret weapon was the vibraphone because it gives like a synthetic almost a feel.
Okay.
And for a story that involves an android like this,
Yeah.
it's kind of perfect. And you do hear it pretty prevalent in the film score.
Yeah.
But there's also moments of like industrial sounds as well, which again fit in with that theme.
Yeah.
So there's just a lot of work that went into the score and a lot of different elements to it. I was pretty actually impressed by the score.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's really good. But elsewhere in the building, David asks Greg what he thinks, pouring some Sky vodka into a glass. Label camera forward.
Yeah.
Of course.
Greg tells him, I think the world is about to shift on its axis. But he warns that if they want to stay ahead of that shift, they have to move fast. And that means no leaks. They have to launch it before anyone else can steal it from them. David proposes that they do a live stream in 2 weeks. That way, they can get the pre-sale vouchers out before Christmas. Greg shifts his focus to Gemma and asks if M3GAN will hold up to a public demonstration. Just how ready is she? Gemma admits that she does want to do a little more testing, but she thinks that she could make it work. Greg is on board. David is like, yes. But Greg isn't done. He tells David that they need to get Gemma in front of someone in legal. David agrees immediately, but he has to ask why. Greg tells him because as of right now, Gemma is the most valuable asset this company has. Handing over the drink to Gemma, he guesses that she might want to be negotiating her contract. Gemma smiles and lifts her glass in a quiet toast before taking a drink.
In a film of some unrealistic things, I'd say this is the most.
You know, we should really be paying you more money.
From the guy that we've established doesn't like to spend money
Yeah, no.
as well.
But I mean, this is great. You're getting a promotion. You are this dude who is a tight ass is like, oh no, you're MVP right now.
Right.
But let's not forget what you heard your niece say in that room. Even though she wasn't talking to you, she is still speaking out loud.
Yes.
Let's listen and remember what she said.
Priorities.
Yeah.
It is wild. The only thing that Gemma takes away from it is, wow, that presentation went really well.
That was cool, right? Right, everybody loved that.
She sucks.
She does.
But elsewhere, Kurt sits at a table at Funky, looking very suspicious when two coworkers walk by. He opens his laptop and goes to the in development files. He goes past files marked with toys' names before he finds a grayed out one with a lock, simply titled M3GAN. He clicks on the file and a screen alerting authorizing private files pops up. Kurt's access is granted, and all of the information and blueprints for M3GAN invade his screen. He drags the contents of M3GAN's database over to Kurt's docs and waits while all 1,742 files are copied. As soon as it's completed, David pops up calling Kurt's name, and he guiltily slams the laptop shut. David eyes him, asking with some disgust, "You're not porn-hubbing in the office again, are you?" Kurt chuckles awkwardly and shakes his head, but it takes him a moment to raise his gaze to meet David's.
Again?
Yeah.
After a moment, David presses on with the reason he came. He tells Kurt that they need to get something on the books between Gemma and legal. He asks what they're doing for lunch, and Kurt points toward the laptop and says, awkwardly again, that he'll get some menus. David continues to eye Kurt suspiciously before finally walking away.
So that is a wild and unexpected betrayal.
Yeah.
I'm sure it'll go somewhere.
For sure. It's going to be
Yeah.
a main plot point, I think.
It means something.
I feel.
That third act is going to be all Kurt.
Everything's coming up, Kurt. But at Gemma's house, she sits at the outdoor table with Cady and M3GAN as they engage in a thumb war. The two of them giggle as they wrestle their thumbs, and Gemma watches this for a moment before telling Cady that she should really eat her hot dog before it gets too cold. Cady completely ignores this and continues giggling with M3GAN. When Gemma calls Cady again and reminds her of the hot dog in front of her, Cady snatches it up with the free hand and takes a very dramatic and annoyed bite while maintaining eye contact with her.
Ooh.
Gemma takes this opportunity to apologize to her niece about the presentation today. She never should have put her in that position if she wasn't feeling up to it. But Cady replies coldly, "It worked out, didn't it?" So I'm like, she knows.
Yeah.
She used her.
Mm-hmm.
M3GAN interrupts with the 3, 2, 1, I win. Cady turns all of her attention to M3GAN once again, and the two continue their thumb war and giggling until Cady almost knocks over the cup in front of her. Fed up, Gemma calmly moves the cup out of the way and tells the toy, M3GAN, turn off. Cady is pissed and demands to know why Gemma did that, as M3GAN obeys and her head immediately slumps forward. Cady tells her, M3GAN, turn on, and M3GAN promptly lifts her head and opens her eyes again. Gemma says that she's trying to have a conversation with Cady. She turns M3GAN off again, and when the toy's head slumps forward, she asks Cady for just 1 minute. Cady turns toward her, her expression flat. Gemma confesses that she knows this transition hasn't been easy for either of them, but if she needs to talk about any of it, but Cady interrupts her. She already talked about it. Gemma reminds her that M3GAN is not a person. She's a toy. Cady's expression sours, and she fires back that Gemma doesn't get to say that. She is emphatic that she doesn't want to talk about it. She just wants to turn M3GAN back on. Gemma doesn't stop Cady when she immediately shifts her attention to M3GAN and tells her, M3GAN, turn on. M3GAN springs to life with an excited, what's up? And Gemma watches nervously as Cady starts to teach M3GAN this new game called tic-tac-toe.
Well, dude, I invented it. This is all doesn't know. I want you to think I'm cool. You're my best friend.
And see, this is what happens when you let your kids watch too many Mr. Beast videos. Then they freak out.
Specifically.
Yeah.
It's a direct correlation. We cut to Lydia meeting with Cady at the funky toy room. She looks through Cady's drawings and looks up, offering a polite smile.
Isn't it odd we're meeting at the funky toy room?
Well, she had told Gemma that they could meet at her office.
Oh, yeah.
But I mean,
I don't know why.
Yeah.
And I guess Gemma never got around to putting her in school.
yeah, I guess not.
Oh,
I don't know
yeah.
how much time has passed.
I forgot.
Yeah. But at the other end of the table, Cady looks absolutely miserable. Lydia asks if she would like to share what her drawings mean to her. She assures Cady that there is no wrong answer and any thoughts that she has are okay. Cady says absolutely nothing, so Lydia allows that maybe she doesn't have any specific thoughts. Maybe it's just more of a feeling, like anger or confusion. Cady's already sad expression is crumbling as Lydia speaks, and Lydia proposes, maybe you're struggling to find meaning in any of this. Cady still says nothing, but she wipes the tears from her eyes. Lydia watches her with sympathy and reaches to grab her a tissue, but she finds the box empty. She turns and is greeted by M3GAN, standing right by her side with the fresh box of tissues. Lydia is startled and she presses her hand to her chest, but M3GAN accuses flatly, "You made her cry." Taken aback, Lydia asserts that that wasn't her intention, but this means nothing to M3GAN, who retorts, "And yet, that's what happened."
This is going to be trouble.
Yeah.
Protect her emotionally.
Yes. Lydia can give no reply. She only takes a tissue from the box and hands it over to Cady, who wipes her eyes. Later, Lydia and Gemma watch Cady and M3GAN through the two-way mirror, and the therapist has to admit that the toy is very impressive. Gemma thanks her before admitting that they're all excited about her, but they're still in beta. Lydia assumes that M3GAN and Cady are spending quite a bit of time together, and Gemma says that that's just how M3GAN works. She has to be paired with the child in order to learn. She shares that M3GAN has actually been pretty instrumental at helping Cady get over the loss, to the point where M3GAN is a part of the family now. Lydia accepts this, but looks visibly uncomfortable. After a beat, she asks if Gemma knows anything about attachment theory. When Gemma looks at her quizzically, Lydia explains, when a child loses a parent, they look to form attachments with the next person that comes into their life, the one that will provide love and support and serve as a model for behavior. She points out that in ordinary situations, that would be Gemma, but this toy that she's created is so real that Cady might not see her as a toy anymore, but as her primary caregiver. When Gemma doesn't respond, Lydia admits that she just doesn't see the end goal here. When you make a toy that's impossible to let go of, how can you ever expect a child to grow? Gemma looks down, reflecting on Lydia's words, but she's not done. Lydia concedes that M3GAN is remarkable, but Gemma might be building emotional connections with the doll that are too hard to untangle. Gemma just looks through the glass where M3GAN commends Cady. Good job.
Part of me feels like there should be some element of her brother-in-law's parents in this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because at this point, shouldn't Lydia be like, look, you're not doing anything.
And this is super unhealthy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All you're doing is making this worse and more difficult.
Yeah, and it almost felt like Gemma was viewing this more like a cell. Because she was like, M3GAN is very impressive. She's helping her cope with the loss of her parent. And it's like, hold on. Are you trying to sell me a M3GAN doll, or are we talking about your niece here?
Yeah.
Well, we know what's more important.
Yeah.
Well, when she was like, she's very impressive, and she was like, oh yeah, we're still in beta.
Yeah.
I thought Lydia was going to be like, I was talking about Cady.
Me too.
Yeah.
And when that didn't happen, she's like, no, the doll's fantastic.
I'm amazed.
Right, that thing is bad. All right.
But that night at dinner, Cady picks the toppings off of her pizza. Gemma watches this and admonishes her, saying that she needs to eat the toppings, not just the bread. Cady continues to pick the toppings off and looks up to Gemma when she takes a bite. The sassiness with which this kid eats and looks at her, it's pretty funny.
It is.
Like, it wouldn't be funny in the moment, but she's like, there. Like, it looks funny.
And I'm sorry, but all you've been feeding her is bread. And so
Yeah.
she's got a taste for it now. That's
Hunger.
your fault. Yeah.
And what toppings? I was like basil or some shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
She can live without basil.
Yeah.
She'll be okay. And that's the thing too. It's like you don't know what she eats, what her diet was. Like if she wants to pick a couple things off the pizza, let her.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's just a matter of flavor, really.
Just like this basil's too much. But Gemma says that Cady just did the one thing that she told her not to. But M3GAN sees it fit to chime in and inform Gemma that research shows that when you force a child to eat vegetables, they're less likely to choose those foods when they're an adult. Gemma asks, is that so? And M3GAN confirms that it is. Experts say that you should give your child the choice.
I feel like you're talking a lot.
She's not wrong, though.
She's not wrong at all.
But still.
But this is not your place, doll.
No,
That's not what I programmed.
you're right, but she did.
Yeah.
She's paired with Cady, and
'Cause
she's
Katie's feelings are hurt that she was told not to take the time.
To eat some basil.
She's like, nah, not Cady. Not today. She goes on to educate that it's called division of responsibility, but Gemma takes out a remote and turns down Megan's volume, and her voice lowers to nothing. I didn't know that was a feature until right now. But Gemma turns to Cady and tells her that they need to talk about school. Cady shakes her head. Her mom didn't want her going to school because she learns better at home, and she's learning faster with M3GAN than she ever has before. They're already on 4th grade math. M3GAN's eyes flit to Gemma when she answers that it's about more than just grades. It's about developing social skills, and she can only do that by spending time with other kids. And glancing at M3GAN, she reiterates, real kids. Because you know that was going to be Katie's next.
Oh, yeah.
She's like, I am. She gets up to get a pamphlet, sharing that she found an alternative school where Cady can learn outdoors. It's a school for kids just like Cady, who think outside the box, and they're having a day for prospective students tomorrow. Katie's first question is, can I bring M3GAN? When Gemma tells her gently that that's not possible, Cady crosses her arms and declares that she's not going. She tells Gemma that she can't make her do anything she doesn't want to, but Gemma counters that she can. That's what a guardian does, and she does everything.
yeah.
Cady gets up to leave the room, but Gemma apologizes and asks her to stay and talk about it. When Cady doesn't break her stride, Gemma grabs her arm to stop her, and Cady immediately fights against her, demanding that she let her go. Cady tries to wrench herself away, and Gemma is appalled by the behavior, asking her niece what's going on with her and what she's doing. M3GAN watches all of this from her seat at the table, and her voice somehow returned to full volume. She tells Gemma, let her go. The lights above them flicker, and startled, Gemma lets go of Cady, who flees the room.
This is beyond your experience.
Yes.
Yeah.
You have created a monster, really.
You did your job too well.
Yeah.
She turned herself back up.
Uh-huh.
She's affecting the lights. She's disobeying, because Gemma's supposed to be a primary user too.
Yeah.
Secondary.
Second
Yeah.
primary user. But yeah, this is extremely concerning.
And I feel like moments like this aren't given the weight that they deserve, because at this point, what Gemma allows, isn't it clear that we can't control M3GAN?
Yeah.
So let's go ahead and do what we're going to do next.
Yeah.
Gemma stares at her for a moment before telling her that she is not to interfere with users' private conversations. She asks if that's clear, and M3GAN responds cheerily, 100%. She intones that she's calibrating her response model, but Gemma has had enough. She tells her, M3GAN, turn off. But instead of slumping forward, M3GAN holds Gemma's gaze and questions, are you sure? Download in progress. That, I would be done. That,
Yeah.
no.
No,
Are you
we're...
fucking kidding me, dude?
What was that thing in Bruce's head that we found?
Oh, yeah.
Let's go on and take that out. But Gemma picks up her remote without another word and presses a button, causing M3GAN to fall silent and slightly lean forward. Gemma goes over to inspect her, but turns her head when Cady slams her door further in the house. When Gemma looks away, M3GAN flits her eyes up to her creator, her eyebrows shifting subtly downward. So she's still not.
Yeah.
It's not good, dude.
No.
At the school get-together, the other children play outside, but Cady refuses to get out of the car. Gemma tries to coax her out, chiding that this is ridiculous. She's supposed to be at work already. She assures Cady that she'll have fun once she gets into it, but Cady is firm that she is not going without M3GAN, who sits next to her in the back seat. Gemma tells her frustrated that is never going to happen, and M3GAN's launch is in less than a week. She needs to take her to work and run diagnostics and have her fitted for her wardrobe. Speaking of her wardrobe, call M3GAN Ranch, okay? Because she'll be dressing this whole movie.
Yeah, no change is necessary.
Yeah.
No, that's right. Cady reminds Gemma that she said M3GAN was hers alone. But just then, Ava, played by Kira Josephson, hurries over excitedly to greet the new adventurers. M3GAN sighs and introduces Cady, but Ava asks who M3GAN is, her sister? M3GAN shifts her head towards Ava and blinks, and Ava goes, "Oh, Jesus Christ!"
Whoa.
That was excellent.
Yeah.
The most genuine reaction to this fucking thing. Ava apologizes and asks if that's a doll, but Cady explains that her name is M3GAN and she wants to know if she can go with them. Gemma refutes this, saying no, she doesn't. M3GAN has to go with her today, but Ava offers that they do have a toy table where kids leave their dolls and stuff, but it's up to her. Cady looks at Gemma pleadingly, but she shares that M3GAN is a working prototype. She shouldn't even be out in public. M3GAN blinks up at her, and Ava says that if Gemma wants to stay and keep an eye on her, they do need help making sandwiches. M3GAN speaks up, telling Gemma not to worry. She equipped her with dual frequency GPS. She won't get lost. M3GAN and Cady peer up at Gemma together, and Cady asks her, "Please?"
Why is M3GAN saying anything? What? Nobody asked you.
No. And now the camp monitor or whatever knows that this isn't just a regular doll.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, she can talk to. She can plead her case.
Yeah.
It's actually exactly what the situation demands, which is kind of strange, right?
It's a little startling. Ava's bright and friendly smile has faded, and she looks a little uncomfortable when Gemma finally relents. She can bring M3GAN on the conditions that M3GAN stay at the toy table, and as far as anyone is concerned, that's all she is. And she adds to Ava, no pictures. But staring at M3GAN, Ava has to admit that she is seriously cool.
That's a 180.
Yeah.
Well, she looked horrified for a second
Yeah.
when she talked.
And one thing I will say is that the whole point of M3GAN being there, I would think, would be companionship for Cady.
Yeah.
So what's the point of this just inanimate doll sitting there at the toy table for her? She might as well be at the office with Gemma.
Yeah.
But I think we still can't let anybody know that M3GAN exists.
No.
Yeah.
And the other thing, look, if you're Gemma, right? Very convenient that I guess Dewey just ran away, quote unquote.
Yeah.
You saw what M3GAN said last night.
Yep.
And how she disobeyed you. And so we're going to bring her around a lot of children who very easily could hurt Cady's feelings.
At the very least. Yeah. No, it's just bad all around. And just a minute ago, she was late for work, but now she can hang out and make sandwiches.
That's also true.
Yeah.
And the way that Gemma is presented as a character, even though like clearly Cady has this attachment and M3GAN is this crutch that she kind of like a security blanket that she doesn't even want to get out of the car without or whatever, I still don't see her relenting and letting this happen.
No.
And all these kids running around and we're just going to leave her where I can't see her at a table. I do like what ends up happening in this scene. I'm not going to lie, but the setup of it feels very, even in this universe, very far-fetched.
Yeah.
I think the setup of it is only so it can happen.
Exactly.
Right.
And you feel it.
Yeah.
And so M3GAN sits, emotionless and staring at the toy table while the other kids gather around Ava, who asks which of them likes roasted chestnuts. When all the kids raise their hands, she gasps excitedly and proposes that they go find some. I don't know. I don't think I've ever had roasted chestnuts.
Neither have I.
I was like, and all these fucking kids have?
Yeah.
It's like, wow.
They're like,
dude.
we're all familiar with this flavor.
Love them.
I've heard in the song. I don't
Yeah.
know what, I mean.
Not at
I don't know
all.
what they taste
And
like.
the way that they look, I Googled. I was like, is that really what a fucking chestnut looks like when we see them in a minute?
Yeah.
I guess, yeah, they are.
Wow.
They look kind of spiky. Wild. But the kids all cheer. Gemma, though, is focused on her phone. She stands next to Holly, played by Reneé Lyons, while she makes sandwiches. Holly wishes that they had things like this when they were kids, and she gushes that it's so great to get the kids out in the fresh air and off their devices. Gemma sets her phone down and starts to help with the sandwiches. And when Holly can't get the lid off a pickle jar, Gemma opens it for her. And like, Holly can't open it, so she hands it to Gemma, and Gemma looks at her like, what the fuck? Like, I don't know. I was like, just open the pickles.
Yeah.
I don't
She's
know.
just mean.
Yeah. Just
I
open
think.
it.
Yeah.
But But Holly continues that the kids love it here too. Her son prefers this to regular school. Gemma asks which one is Holly's, and Holly points out her son, Brandon, played by Jack Cassidy. He's taller than the other kids, and Gemma's like, oh my God. She asks how old he is, and Holly's like, I know. She says that he had a growth spurt last year, but he's actually quite a sensitive little soul. She calls out to her sensitive little soul, asking if he's warm enough. Does he need a hat? Brandon turns to her with a fuck off, Holly. Holly takes this in stride, pointing out that he could have said no thank you. She turns to Gemma and chuckles. You never know what they're going to say next. And Gemma nods along, agreeing that it's such a fun age.
First of all, there's your one fuck for the PG-13.
We gave it to Brandon.
Gave it to Brandon for some reason. But
it's fun. It's a funny moment.
It's all right.
It is.
It's all right. I think like this thing only further demonstrates just how Gemma's just not good with maybe people, period. Because she's saying that that's my son, and she goes, "Oh my God!"
Yeah,
Like that's wild, man.
That's fucking rude.
yeah. And kids do say crazy things, but I guarantee you, my kids ain't gonna
Not
come
that.
to this shit. Yeah, it ain't gonna be that.
And,
Not that.
and stay at the camp.
yeah. Oh yeah. No.
She's like, well, have fun.
Yeah, kids say the darndest things, man.
But meanwhile, Ava is grouping the children into pairs. When she pairs a boy named Felix up with Brandon, Felix whispers a desperate plea into her ear. Ava tells him that it's okay, and she switches up the pairings. Brandon is going to go with Cady, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Cady glances back at Brandon before facing forward again, but at the toy table, Megan's ever watchful eyes are surveying the crowd. We cut to Cady, wandering alone in the woods. She carries a blue plastic bucket and stops to snatch up chestnuts and deposit them inside. But when she reaches to pluck up another one, Brandon snatches it away instead. He apologizes sarcastically and offers it to her, but he warns her to be careful because it's spiky. Cady takes the chestnut, but Brandon squeezes her hand around it, poking her. Cady screams and yells at him to stop, but Brandon drives it further into her hand. She finally pulls away from him, but he advances on her. She's backed up against a tree, but Brandon pauses when he sees Megan's silhouette outlined in the gathering fog. Not quite a James Wan fog, but we'll see.
Yeah.
Cady calls out to Megan, but Brandon can only ask, "What the hell is that?" Cady explains that she's a robot, and Brandon is intrigued.
That was the only thing that you were told not to do.
Yeah. No shit. Yeah.
She's an android that my aunt is working on.
It's top secret.
Revolutionary.
She didn't even say toy.
No.
Like, that's fucking
No.
hilarious. I think she just violated her NDA. It's going to be a lot of trouble. He goes over to investigate Megan, asking if she's Cady's. And when he asks if she can talk, Cady doesn't answer. So Brandon waves his hands in front of Megan's eyes before flicking her silicone nose. Growing agitated, he tells Cady to make her say something. Cady again responds with silence, and Brandon demands again for her to do it. Cady explains that Megan is paired with her.
Just tell him everything.
Yeah.
So she won't play with anyone else. She's like, it's very scientific. Do you remember Perpetual Pets? You know, Funky?
But it's slightly cheaper than a Tesla.
Brandon shrugs an okay, but he quickly snatches Megan up and runs away with her. Cady yells at him to get his hands off of her.
I know that if we're manufacturing these toys so that they can be mass produced, and of course it's cheaper than a Tesla, like you said, but we can get them out.
Mm-hmm.
She's got to be some kind of weight.
She's titanium.
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
got to be some weight to this doll. Even if it's, we can play together and I'm not going to hurt you, whatever, there still has to be some weight. He picks Megan up and just like takes off.
Well, he's like 6'5" or whatever.
Gemma was horrified by him.
Mm-hmm.
But my thing is, why the fuck are these kids alone wandering in the woods?
That's
Spooky woods.
yes.
Spooky woods, foggy ass woods.
Yeah.
Like I there's no fucking planet where I'm at this thing making sandwiches and I'm letting these people just send my kid with another random kid that is so scary that another kid didn't want to be paired with him into the woods. And we're just going to stand. Like, I was like, this is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Why are we all spread out? Like, there is no sign of another child.
No.
At all.
No.
Yeah.
The reason this is all happening is because Cady should have lived with Ryan's parents.
Yes.
Yeah. Well,
That's the
why.
answer.
but
yeah.
they're a little weird.
Apparently.
We don't know why.
We don't,
Yeah.
we don't know what that means.
We don't know why.
That could be anything.
Yeah.
I think we're a little weird.
Yeah.
That's, whatever. Back at the sandwich table, Holly is explaining that behavioral issues are linked to high IQ, but Gemma's attention is broken when Cady screams for her. Gemma immediately looks to the toy table and finds that M3GAN is gone. She rushes off. Once again, no way that Gemma is going to let M3GAN get up and walk away and not notice that.
No.
Yeah.
But Cady is running through the darkening woods, calling out for M3GAN. Brandon hides behind a tree and watches Cady go before going in the opposite way. He finally drops M3GAN onto the leafy ground and intones, "Hi, M3GAN." When she doesn't respond, he asks if she isn't going to play with him. He yanks off her shoe and tosses it away. And again, M3GAN stares, motionless. Brandon sits down on top of her, asking again if she doesn't want to play. He slaps her across the face before deciding that he doesn't even care. She's just a stupid rubber doll with fake hair. He grabs a handful of her hair, and M3GAN grabs a handful of his arm. She shifts her gaze to him and pins his arm to the ground while reaching up with her other hand and grabbing his ear. Gazing up at him coolly, she cautions, "You need to learn some manners, Brandon." She lets go of his arm and grabs onto the back of his head, holding him in place. Brandon whimpers, but M3GAN inquires, "You know what happens to bad boys who don't mind their manners? They grow up to be bad men." She starts to pull Brandon's ear away from his head as he screams. Stretching his ear impossibly far, she wonders, "Are you listening to me, Brandon?" Brandon's screams reach Cady and she asks, "M3GAN?"
Which only leads to further confusion, right?
Yeah.
if you hear a child screaming and you're like, fucking M3GAN's at it again, I think, then maybe later there should be more.
Yeah.
Some discussion later, maybe. Ripping his ear off and asking, "Are you listening to me?" Pretty good, though.
That's pretty
Yeah,
good.
She ate
it
with that
is,
one.
it is.
And his ear is made of some kind of a jelly, I believe.
Yeah, it stretched pretty far.
That's wild.
Yeah.
I think Brandon might be a robot.
Yeah, that's why he was so defensive about it.
He's the new Furzy model.
Brandon, the A is a 4 or something.
But M3GAN is still pulling Brandon's ear until it comes off. Freed now, he scoots away from her, blood running down the side of his face. Without using her hands, M3GAN rises from lying down up to her feet. She towers over the cowering Brandon, still clutching his ear in her hand. After a moment of consideration, she tosses it away carelessly, just like he did with her shoe. She cocks her head to the side and informs him, "This is the part where you run."
Isn't this Shrek?
Is it?
Yeah.
Because he tells him that in the swamp.
Yeah.
So I was like, are you quoting Shrek? Is that what's happening right
And
now?
good for her.
Oh no! Well, yeah, we all love Shrek. Shrek is love.
She's like, he'll understand this.
Yeah.
Brandon will get this.
Yes.
He'll get it. Brandon takes his cue and races away, but M3GAN watches him as he goes. As he sprints, he watches M3GAN through the trees as she crouches down low. She goes after him, running on all fours like an animal.
Now, where's that coming from?
I don't know,
Yeah.
dude. But I watched on a featurette that her standing up from lying down up to her feet and her running on all fours like that was Amy Donald, that kid.
Holy shit.
Damn.
Yeah, they were like, it was crazy.
She scared
I would-
us.
Yeah. Bees.
I think I would be scared. She's like galloping. A horrified Brandon can't help but shoot glances at her over his shoulder as he trips over a tree root. He goes sprawling, rolling down a hill that spits him out onto a narrow road. Just so happens, there's a van coming. Brandon only has time to register his fate before he is promptly run over. The van takes his body with it as it screeches to a halt, leaving only his shoe behind in the road. and M3GAN stands on top of the hill, watching with a flat expression as her hair flutters in the breeze.
That kid died, dude.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I truly was not expecting. I was not expecting that. I
No.
really wasn't.
Not at all. I thought it was going to be just some maiming or something.
Some maiming, yeah.
You know?
And either he would be too scared to say something or he would. And she's just a doll, Brandon.
I thought
Yeah.
maybe Cady would get blamed for it.
or that. But
Almost like Andy and
for
Chucky.
sure.
Oh, yeah.
But this,
No.
Yeah.
not at all.
I thought it the same thing, that it would be like a scaring or a warning.
Yeah.
And then them be like, you just fell down the mountain or whatever. Thank God the truck missed you.
Yeah.
But yeah, when that happened, I was very surprised.
But later we watch as Brandon's body bag is zipped up.
He's dead.
He's
Yeah.
gone. We can only hear the tense score as Gemma casually gives her statement to a police officer. Again, I say casually because she's just like, so like.
I guess he's dead or something.
Yes, he was paired with my niece.
And he wandered off in the scraggly woods, and here we are. I don't understand
I gotta get to work.
Yeah.
what this has to do with me. Where's his mom?
Oh,
I don't know.
yeah.
I thought
I don't
that was
know.
weird.
Yeah. But M3GAN sits in the back seat watching through the window. When Cady turns to look at her, M3GAN reads her emotional state: anxiety, confusion, trepidation, guilt, fear.
I feel like that should be like a thing that would make Megan's head explode because she made that happen. So I'm the one that made her feel bad. But I can't make her feel bad because I'm meant to protect her. But if I
Okay.
protect her, then I make her feel...
Error.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Error.
yeah.
And then she blows up like Megan too in the lab.
In the dining room later, Gemma gives Cady a glass of water and tells her that she doesn't want her thinking too much about what happened before bed.
That's a tall order.
Yeah. What the fuck? And that was our first time going to that school.
Yeah.
Yes. There's so much to unpack here. The fact that
Just don't think about
Yeah.
it. And go to bed.
We're-
Drink your water, eat your
We're
bread,
never
and go to
going
bed.
back.
no, we're never going to
No.
bed. It's so ridiculous. She says that obviously it was a terrible, terrible tragedy, but just know that the boy is in a better place now. Cady takes a drink of water and sets it down right next to the coaster. M3GAN takes this in and looks up at Gemma. Gemma returns her gaze and holds it for a moment before returning her attention to Cady. She offers that if there's anything she wants to tell her that she didn't want to tell the police officers. But Cady insists that she didn't see anything, and all M3GAN said was that Brandon took her and ran off. Gemma is confused. She asks, from the toy table? And Cady says yes, before looking over at her doll and asking, right, M3GAN? And M3GAN sums it up for Gemma. In a nutshell,
I don't believe you.
Yeah.
no, and Katie's lying because she walked into the woods. She wasn't
Yeah.
at the toy table. So like, and Cady being like, right, M3GAN? Like, I mean, there's just so many alarm bells going off and Gemma's like, well,
Yeah.
there's a knock at the door, and when Gemma answers it, Officer Carter stands there. With a sigh, he asks, you haven't seen her dog, have you? Gemma says that she hasn't, but from the driveway, Celia shouts, bullshit! Carter warns Celia that she needs to stay on her property like they agreed. He tells Gemma that nobody has seen the dog since the incident with Cady. Celia shouts again, a little suspicious, don't you think? Which it is.
Yeah.
Gemma asks if they're really going with Celia's story here. She asks if Carter has ever been in Celia's home. The dog is probably dead under a pile of Victorian baby strollers. Celia calls out that the officer should talk to that other girl that's been staying over there, the one that's always looking out the window at 3 a.m.
Okay, bad form, Megan.
Yeah.
Number one. Number two, god damn, Gemma.
Yeah.
What a fucking hurtful thing to say.
Yeah.
It's mean as fuck.
She can hear you? Like, that's
Yeah.
not even like, damn.
With M3GAN sitting at the table out of focus behind her, Gemma corrects that it's not a girl, it's a toy. Carter can't believe that that's a toy. He asks Gemma if she's serious, and Gemma tells him that she is, and she'll let him know if she sees anything. Carter's like, all right, but he's still rubbernecking when Gemma closes the door on him. Gemma sighs on her way back to the table, and when Cady asks if Celia thinks that they took Dewey, Gemma replies, who knows? Celia just needs someone to blame, but she'll get over it. But just then, Celia bangs on the sliding door, yelling that she knows it was Gemma. She warns her to just wait and see what happens. But Carter walks up, asking what the hell is wrong with her. He just told her not to come up here. Which I was like, where's the police? Oh, there he is.
Yeah.
I was like, okay.
And that was a straight up threat.
Yeah.
Yeah. He pulls her away from the glass, chiding that she can't go banging on people's windows. Gemma and M3GAN look at each other, but M3GAN is still watching Celia through the window.
So with all of this, the cops coming and questioning, look, the dog's gone.
Yeah.
We didn't know this. We know this now. This incident with the kid, M3GAN being defiant, you know what I mean? Her watching, and then her even saying that, oh, she's at the window all night. You know what I mean? In the early morning watching.
Mm-hmm.
M3GAN, are you real?
Yeah.
Are you like permanently on? Like what's going on?
Well, and you watched her do that. You
Yeah.
watched her stay on when you told her to turn off.
And isn't it wild that this kid disappears when M3GAN also disappears?
Yeah.
He's found dead.
Yeah.
It's not. It really is like, no, we're just not going to connect any of this.
Yeah.
The reveal is in less than a week. Everybody focus on what's important here.
Making Funky some money.
Yes. That night, Cady can't sleep. She looks up at M3GAN, who sits quietly at her charging station. She asks her carefully, M3GAN, did you push Brandon onto the road? So I'm like, even Cady is like, something is not right.
Yeah.
M3GAN stands up, causing the light in the seat to go out. She walks over to the chair next to Cady's bed and sits down. Her voice just above a whisper, she confides that she thinks they both learned a valuable lesson today. No matter how hard we try to avoid it, there will always be forces in this world that wish to cause us harm. But Cady needs to know that she will never let that happen. She won't let anything harm her ever again. Which I was going to say isn't an answer to her question, but it is an answer to her question.
I mean,
Yeah.
Cady remembers what Gemma said about Brandon being in a better place. She asks M3GAN if she thinks that's true, but M3GAN giggles. No, he's nowhere. If heaven exists, it wouldn't be for boys like Brandon, now would it? And Cady's like, I guess not. Fuck. You make a good point,
Yeah.
M3GAN. M3GAN gently strokes her cheek and starts to sing Titanium by David Guetta featuring Sia.
quite unexpected.
It was a little weird.
But fitting.
Yeah,
For
well,
her.
yeah, for her.
Like
yeah.
a theme song for her. Not really a lullaby.
No.
I was like, what the hell? It's so funny. But she tells Cady goodnight, and Cady responds in kind before cuddling her stuffed bunny and closing her eyes. But later that night, Celia walks down the street with Dewey's food bowl. She rattles the contents inside as she calls out for her dog. When she hears a clattering coming from her own property, she goes to investigate. Trepidatious, she approaches her gate as the wind rustles the crisp leaves. There is the faint sound of a whimpering dog as Celia pulls the creaky gate open and lets herself into the yard. Her face etched in worry, she goes into the back shed and sets down Dewey's food bowl. She looks around for him, but when the whimper comes again this time, it sounds wrong and distorted. Celia peers into the shadows where the sound comes from, but what rises isn't Dewey's silhouette. No. It's M3GAN's. She steps out of the shadows and blinks at Celia. Afraid, Celia demands to know what's going on. Where's Dewey? M3GAN reports that he's 34 feet southwest and approximately 5 feet deep. Trembling, Celia asks M3GAN, "What are you?" And M3GAN admits that she's been asking herself the same question.
That's frightening.
Yeah.
I think that is a very heavy statement that we don't really give enough gravity to.
Mm-hmm.
That's sentience,
Yeah.
which is not what we want.
No.
That's what I'm saying. You're alive now.
Literally.
Well, I feel like the conversation that Gemma just tried to brush off about death, I think that kickstarted something.
Yes. Yeah.
I really feel like, and this may be like unpopular or whatever, but I think that Gemma should be facing some manslaughter charges.
I mean, it's negligent after all the pieces are there.
Yeah.
And for you, it feels willful to be like, no. Like, it's fine. Like, I mean, I don't disagree with you. But M3GAN raises Celia's spray wand and turns it on. It blasts her, knocking her back into the wall. M3GAN continues to spray her while she's down, and Celia screams, but M3GAN stops the stream to snatch up a nail gun. She aims it towards Celia, and when the woman reaches out to brace herself up, M3GAN fires, shooting her hand and pinning it down. Celia raises her head and screams, but M3GAN calmly walks over and kicks her down. She wheels over the chemicals and pumps it before spraying Celia directly in the face. The stream targets her cheek, and Celia can only resist weakly with the nail pinning her down. We watch the chemicals run across the floor as they did on Gemma's driveway, but it's not long before they run red with blood.
This felt very almost like a TV edit of what?
And it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
In the unrated one, I watched behind the scenes thing. They had done a prosthetic of like muscle for Celia's cheek and then another one of skin to go over it. And so when M3GAN is spraying her face, that flap of skin comes up.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
And the spray just like fucking shreds the skin off her face. And you see that really cool muscle prosthetic underneath. And so, yeah, I was like, damn, that kind of sucks.
It does, because you're right, T. It is very noticeable, because in watching it, I see that, and then I see M3GAN pumping the thing.
Yeah.
And then we too almost immediately go just to the water running.
Yeah.
And then it turns a different color.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, well, is that the chemical she's spraying on her? Is that, what is it?
Oh,
I
yeah.
You know what I
think,
mean?
yeah. I don't know. There's something, especially the way that it's very clear that she's kind of escalating in her methods too.
Yeah.
We should have a moment of a little more brutality,
Yes.
but to just have it as, water running down a drain.
Yeah. Something that comes later is even more egregious, though. I was
Really?
a little shocked at the way that they chose to edit it down because it feels like they took everything out. But the next morning, Carter is knocking on Gemma's door again. Gemma immediately insists that she doesn't know anything about the dog, and she asks if he can get Celia to just leave them alone. But Carter presumes that might be difficult. He looks out onto the street, guiding Gemma's gaze to the bagged body being loaded into the back of the coroner's van. Later, as a police detective played by Millen Baird chomps on gum, he asks Gemma about her whereabouts last night. This is a character. I was like, those were all choices. Gemma tells him that she was here all night. When the detective wonders if there's anyone he can verify that with, Gemma says not really. It's just her and her niece. The detective shares that his colleague told him this is the second statement they've gotten from Gemma this week. He asserts, "You were in the park when that boy was killed." This is when I was getting a little confused on the timeline because it seemed like that was that same day that they came home after Brandon was killed.
Yeah.
Celia came and showed her ass, M3GAN staring her down. I thought that night she went and took care of Celia.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't know. And I also feel like I was being a little nitpicky about the performance of Gemma, but it was this scene where she's like, "No, I was here all night." After you just saw that your neighbor's dead, when y'all were just like,
Yeah.
I mean, even self-preservation, I'd be like, I had nothing to do
Yeah.
with this. I know that Officer Carter was just out here yesterday, this is when I'm like, no, it's not just me. Like the trajectory of this story that's being told, it's moving along without her.
Yeah.
She's still back at the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
It is just those small reactions
Yeah.
that do hurt the scene.
Yeah. But Gemma points out that Brandon was hit by a car. Is the detective trying to make a connection here? And the detective's like, huh? Realizing what she means, he assures her that he's not. He's only mentioning it because he figured it was an accident. But then he found the kid's ear up the bank, 200 yards from where he was killed. He chuckles that the entire thing was ripped clean off. But he realizes that he shouldn't laugh at that. The point is, they're also treating Brandon's death as a potential homicide. Why he's telling Gemma this, I don't know, if he's not suspecting her. But he asks her to let them know if she remembers anything in particular from that day. And Gemma looks over at her house where M3GAN looms in the window watching the proceedings.
The fact that it took M3GAN being clumsy again to finally...
She can't stay out of that window. That night, Gemma lies in bed worried before getting up and looking into Cady's room. M3GAN sits on her charger, slumped against the wall like she's asleep, but Gemma looks at her for a long moment before going into her office. She gets on her laptop and pulls up the files for M3GAN's onboard camera.
I wasn't aware of this.
Her camera?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
I thought, and we'll see what happens with these files in a second, but I thought it was going to be some kind of thing where she didn't have access because of Kurt. I thought maybe it was leading to that, but Kurt he's just doing his own thing.
That's for the
Kurt's
thrill
in his
of
own
it.
Yeah.
He's just a curious little cat. You just wanted to see him. But she opens the folder for May 30th and opens one of the videos. I'm sorry, I'll stop. But the accident happened in January and now it's May.
Mm-hmm.
And then later, I think Cady's like 2 months ago or something like that. So I feel like the timeline is really fucked up here. I don't know what's happening.
They weren't clear.
No.
But she watches as Brandon follows Cady into the woods. M3GAN locks in on Brandon's face and reads his emotional state. Malice, contempt, resentment, spite, contentment. But the view of Brandon distorts and goes black with the text, "This video cannot be played." Gemma clicks on a folder marked GPS position data to find that they are all corrupted. A red exclamation point stands on each folder with the word error marked underneath. Gemma looks at this with confusion and Elsie chimes asking, "Is everything okay, Gemma?" Gemma's like, "Huh?" So Elsie offers, "Would you like me to put on your end of day playlist?" Gemma wants to know why the device asked if she was okay when it's not programmed to ask how she feels. Elsie does not answer.
Yeah.
I was like, fuck.
Even when Gemma calls its name again.
And she'll forget I'm here.
Gemma closes her laptop and is startled to find M3GAN standing in the doorway. Gemma jumps up to her feet with a gasp, and when she asks M3GAN what she's doing, M3GAN answers simply, "Couldn't sleep, occupational hazard."
Couldn't sleep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She turns the question on Gemma. What is she doing up so late? Gemma shares that there was something wrong with M3GAN's data reports. They're not uploading to the cloud server. She tries to nod, nonchalant, but M3GAN looks her over and blinks. Cocking her head, she asks, "Have I done something to upset you, Gemma?" Gemma denies this, but M3GAN counters that her demeanor indicates that she has. Gemma abruptly tells M3GAN to turn off, but M3GAN's like, "Hold on a second. I thought we were having a conversation."
That's crazy.
And that's what Gemma said to Cady when you were turned
Oh
off.
Yeah.
my God.
Yeah.
I would fucking throw up. She starts toward Gemma, reasoning that she says nothing is wrong, but all the moisture has drained from her eyes and mouth into other parts of her body. She guesses that there's something Gemma wants to ask her, isn't there? Visibly frightened, Gemma takes this opportunity to ask M3GAN if she's done something wrong. But M3GAN realizes that in order for her to answer that question, Gemma needs to define the parameters. So Gemma does. "Did you hurt someone?" M3GAN replies, "God, I hope not, because if she did, they'd both be in a lot of trouble."
See?
Yeah.
She's been studying the law, I think.
Yeah.
As well as condensation.
Yes, all of the things. Gemma suddenly has to show M3GAN something. She holds up a pen and asks if M3GAN sees it. When M3GAN looks up, focusing on the tip of the pen, Gemma reaches under her hair and presses a button. After a chime, M3GAN switches off, her head lolling forward. Gemma sighs in relief before getting to work. She grabs M3GAN, wraps her in bubble wrap, and duct tapes her securely before throwing her in the trunk. So that was a threat.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I would say an admittance of guilt, because when Cady asked her to, she didn't lie.
No.
And when
Yeah.
Gemma asked her, she didn't lie either. So it's like, this is a big problem.
I understand turning her off. Can we take the battery out?
That's exactly, yes.
Can we anything? Take the head off. Can we something?
Yeah, I have no, this would be it. I
Yeah.
think any level-headed person, you take out that chip.
Because there's nothing supernatural here.
No.
This is all electricity.
Yeah, really?
She sits on a charging port.
Yeah.
Yeah, you need to take that out.
Yeah.
Step one.
She won't last long after that.
No, it's just that easy. The next morning, Cady screams at Gemma from the back seat, pleading that she can't just throw M3GAN in a trunk. She asks what's wrong with her. Gemma understands that Cady is very attached to M3GAN and thinks of her as a friend, but Cady interrupts, screaming that she is her friend. But Gemma corrects that M3GAN is her invention. The launch is tonight, and they have to run important tests on her to make sure she's okay. But Cady questions why M3GAN wouldn't be okay when she was fine yesterday. She demands to know what Gemma did to her, but Gemma refuses to talk about it until after Cady has seen Lydia. But Cady bellows that she wants to talk about it now.
You should.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, can we talk about the other potential children that are being put at risk? Like,
Yeah.
she's like, no, we just got to get ready for the launch. It's like, the launch of what? This fucking killing machine?
Yeah.
Gemma doesn't give in. She tells Cady that they've been going back and forth about this all day and suggests that they turn on some music. She puts on some poppy music and Cady groans with her head in her hands. She sobs that she doesn't want to see Lydia, but talking over the music, Gemma tells her that she can go anywhere in the office. She doesn't have to stay in the testing room. She can go look at all the cool toys. But Cady counters that Gemma doesn't have any cool toys. Perpetual pets suck. They suck shit.
I mean, kids got a point.
Yeah.
At this, she leans back and kicks Gemma's seat hard. Gemma turns around, yelling at her angrily to be careful. Her voice breaking, Cady just begs to know what's wrong with M3GAN, and Gemma finally admits that she doesn't know. But as soon as she does, Cady will be the first to know. The music continues to throb, and with Cady finally silent, Gemma lets out a long breath. So, I saw a lot of people online talking shit about Cady and saying that she was annoying, she was bad, and I feel like, I didn't read this specifically, but I think that people that hold that opinion, this scene might be something like the scene in The Babadook. But
Don't do that.
It's that. I feel like Cady has been through so much, and her throwing a fit, it's like, of course she's throwing a fit. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like, I think that I just read a lot of stuff about people talking a lot of shit about this child, this like grief-stricken child who's been manipulated and forced to befriend this toy, and then the toy is ripped from her, and then she's upset, she's yelling, she's cussing a little bit. But like, I get it.
I think more criticism needs to be aimed towards Gemma for all of it.
It's that. Yeah. Because people are like, she's just another annoying horror kid. I'm like, I don't think so.
No.
I don't agree with that.
It's part of the story. We're seeing what's happening. And again, I know this isn't a stellar, like, you know what I mean, masterpiece, but you watching the story even up to this point, we understand what's going on.
Yeah.
And I mean, that's literally the attachment that Lydia talked
Yes.
about.
Yes.
We're watching it in real time.
Yeah.
It's cause and effect. But later, she watches through the two-way glass while Cady meets with Lydia in the testing room. Lydia pushes papers across the table toward her, but Cady refuses, screaming no and pushing them back. Tess tells Gemma that this is nuts. They've taken every possible precaution to ensure that M3GAN never causes physical harm to anyone. Gemma turns away from Cady as Tess continues that she doesn't see how M3GAN could even offend someone, let alone murder them. As Cady continues screaming on the other side of the glass, Gemma admits that she doesn't know how it's possible either. But when she asked M3GAN what happened, she was being deliberately vague. I think she was being more threatening than than she was.
I couldn't get anything out of her. It's like, I don't know, Gemma.
She wasn't like, "What's a moita?" She was like, "Oh, geez, we
What
would both."
murder?
Yeah. If I did, I guess we'd both go down for it. Huh?
That's crazy, right?
But Tess reasons that that's what spontaneous response is. Just a curated word salad plucked from a sea of data to sound deliberate. They always knew there was a chance M3GAN could say something a little off. So all they have to do is run diagnostics and fix it. But I thought that they weren't doing that. I thought they were saying that every other toy that talked back to you did that.
Oh, yeah.
They were lying?
I don't know.
Right, because M3GAN's supposed to learn.
Yes.
Yeah. So,
I don't know.
well, for this scene,
Yeah.
she's not.
Just like every other toy.
Yeah.
She's like every other vague ass toy. Cole stands by uneasily, but Gemma refutes Tess's explanation. She recalls how they programmed M3GAN to learn, recalibrate, and optimize her objective function. If keeping Cady safe means eliminating a potential threat, then theoretically... But Cole interrupts her. He asserts that this is impossible. He points over to M3GAN, and we finally see her, propped up in one of the plush black seats, still restrained and secured in bubble wrap. He implores Gemma to look at her. She's a toy. She's 4 feet tall. Frustrated, he asks how big Gemma's neighbor is. Well, was.
True.
Firstly.
Yeah.
Secondly, she's made of titanium.
Yeah. Yeah.
She's only 4 feet tall.
Yeah.
It's like, that
I
doesn't
don't
matter.
think that matters.
Cybernetic material.
Yeah. Just made from the same stuff as the Terminator.
But no big deal. She's short, though. Gemma continues to scream through her appointment, but no one is paying any attention. Gemma struggles to find a reply, and Tess adds that if M3GAN were responsible, it would show up on her GPS. That's another thing, though. Gemma shares that all the cloud data is corrupted. Nothing has been backed up for 2 days. Tess massages her forehead as Cole details that they're about to launch M3GAN to the world in less than 4 hours. What are they supposed to do? Gemma has decided that if M3GAN is responsible for this, they can't launch. They would have to shut her down. As soon as she says this, M3GAN tips over in her seat, her body tilting into the seat next to her, and Cole is like, Jesus! He's like, yeah, that was great. Which, yeah, I'd be like, I think I might believe you.
Yeah.
But Tess wants to know how they're going to explain this to David when they all know he won't stop this launch without proof. Gemma suggests that they check the inputs on the learning model. Even if M3GAN went and deleted files, she would never undo what she's learned. She jumps, though, when Cady throws a stool at the mirror and it bounces off the two-way glass. Cady rushes up, banging on the mirror and screaming, M3GAN! She's like, Stella! She's in a bad way, dude.
It's her buddy.
Yeah. Tess, Cole, and Gemma stare at this, and we hear Cady scream that she hates this place. Lydia assures her that she knows, and it's all right to be angry. But when Cady snatches up Lydia's bag and dumps its contents onto the ground, telling her to take her stupid shit, Lydia pleads with her gently to put that down now. She likes shit. She likes the brown word.
Well, it's PG-13. That's all I can say.
Yeah. Plus Leroy, he probably taught her.
Oh,
true,
yeah.
But we zoom on M3GAN's bubble-wrapped face before star wiping into a tech talk section of a news broadcast. A news anchor boasts she's the toy every kid wants and every parent needs. At least that's what Funky Toys is saying about its latest creation, M3GAN. After a logo graphic with the certified fucking banger Whip It by Daz Band playing in the background, we see a horde of children clamoring at a window where M3GAN stands behind the glass. While the anchor admits that the 4-foot-tall doll might look like a Barbie on steroids, according to CEO David Lin, quote, M3GAN is the greatest technological advancement since the automobile.
That is a bold statement.
Yeah. At Funky headquarters, a woman is dressed in M3GAN's outfit. Glasses are polished and set, and a red carpet is literally rolled out as the anchor woman wonders, but what is M3GAN and what does she actually do? And what kind of toy retails for $10,000?
You are out of your fucking mind.
Yeah.
Insane. She would be like a clerical assistant or like a like something like an office. I don't know. She would not be a toy with that price point.
No.
Right? She couldn't be.
No.
Look at all your iPhone can do.
Yeah.
And look at the price of that.
Yeah.
Does she turn into a motorcycle or something? Like, that's fucking crazy.
Mini
dude.
bike.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, there you go.
From Planet Terror.
Yes. She says that David has assured everyone that all of their questions will be answered in an exclusive live stream on Funky's website at 8 p.m. Eastern. We abandon this news package and sadly Let It Whip fades, gone but not forgotten. I may have said whip it earlier, but y'all know what the fuck. That's a great song.
Whip was there.
The whip was there. But Gemma stands watching as everyone around her sets up for the live stream, but she looks up when they start to play a video on a huge suspended screen. On the video is Cady. She introduces herself when an off-screen producer invites her to tell her about herself. She shares that she's 9 years old, and about 2 months ago, she lost both of her parents in a car accident. We fade to a family photo of Cady, Nicole, and Ryan as Cady continues that her mom had always wanted to take her skiing, but on the way up the mountain, they were hit by a snow truck. I don't know that we needed that in this video.
Yeah.
A little too specific.
I was like, God damn.
Yeah.
But she says that after that, she went to live with her Aunt Gemma, who happens to work at an incredible toy company. And that's where she met M3GAN. Our view of Cady dissolves into a photo of Cady and M3GAN standing together as hopeful music begins. Gemma stands behind with her arms wrapped around them, and they all three smile for the camera. Gemma blinks up at the screen as Cady shares what she loves most about M3GAN. She struggles because there are so many things. Obviously, she's super smart, but even though she knows everything there is to know about the world, she's still more interested in what Cady thinks about it. They show a video of Cady cracking up as M3GAN brushes her hair, and her voiceover gushes that she likes how M3GAN makes her laugh because she comes up with the craziest things. Let's go kill your neighbor's dog.
That's crazy.
I'm like, what is M3GAN doing? Cady laughs even harder as the two lay together and M3GAN tells her an unheard joke. We go back to Cady, where she says that what she loves most about M3GAN is that when she looks at her, it's like Cady is the only thing that matters to her. That's how her mom used to look at her. Gemma sadly lowers her head, but she raises it when David's voice rings out from the screen. He points to a still of Cady and invites the audience to look at that face. That kid's not just surviving, she's thriving. He implores everyone to imagine what a toy like M3GAN could do for hundreds of thousands of kids all across the world, even the ones who don't have dead parents.
That's out of pocket.
What?
This is the copy they went with?
Yes!
Yeah,
That's why I was like, how did this make it to the end?
I was shocked. I was like, why'd you leave that in?
Gemma's like, good.
Yeah, I know.
That's the one note I was firm on. I wasn't going to budge on that
mouthing the
one.
words.
Yeah.
But David walks over to M3GAN, who sits nearby, and she shifts her eyes at that last comment that he made. I think we all did. But Gemma's attention is torn away when she hears Cady scream that she wants to see M3GAN now. And back in the testing room, we see that Cady is still in her session with Lydia. The way that she threw that stool at the glass, and Gemma's just like, I'm going to go see if they're setting up. Like, she left.
She's like, well, you're a therapist.
Yeah. Right, you
I'm
said
very
you liked her a
busy.
little more.
Yeah. So,
Lydia tells Cady gently that she knows she's upset, but there are ways that they can work through this. When Cady snatches up a pair of scissors from the table, Lydia recoils in fear. That's when Gemma comes in, admonishing Cady. She tries to pry the scissors away from her, and when Cady finally lets them go, she reels back and slaps Gemma hard across the face.
shocking.
Yeah.
Yes!
The scissors were enough.
Yeah.
It's a little trick I learned in the CIA. It's like, oh my God.
That's a lot, Robin. Gemma holds her face and stares at Cady, but when Lydia calls Cady's name in shock, Gemma tells her that it's okay. She asks for Lydia to give them a minute, and her disapproval written all over her face, Lydia leaves the room. Gemma sits down with a sigh, and Cady immediately apologizes. She says that she didn't mean it. She just gets so crazy without M3GAN. Gemma stares up at her as Cady continues that M3GAN just always knows what to say. You made her real good, Aunt Gemma. Can you let me see her?
So did I butter you up enough?
Yeah.
Literally. She tries to bargain for just 10 minutes, but Gemma doesn't think that's a good idea. Cady pleads that if something's broke, you don't just throw it away. You fix it, right? When Gemma doesn't answer, Cady wants to know why she did this, if she was just going to take M3GAN away from her. But Gemma confesses that she thought she would help her. Cady insists that M3GAN does help. When she's around, Cady doesn't feel like this. But Gemma proposes that maybe she should feel like this. She lost her parents. Cady lowers her gaze, and Gemma tells her that the worst thing that could have happened to Cady in this world has happened. And it's so unfair that there's nothing anyone can say to make sense of it. Not even M3GAN. She implores that she is so sorry. She knows that she should have talked with Cady about what happened, but she didn't know what to say, so she did the only thing she knew how to do. But M3GAN isn't a solution. She's a distraction. She admits that she can't promise Cady that the feeling she's having will ever go away, but she can promise that Cady will get through it. Both of them will. After a moment, Cady confides that she just wishes she could see them again. Gemma nods. She does too. She reminds Cady that she made a promise to her mom that if anything happened, she would be there for Cady. Cady is all that matters to her now. She takes her hand and suggests that they just go home. But Cady wonders, what about M3GAN? What about the launch? Gemma looks up at her and shakes her head slightly. This was something.
It only took the whole film.
Literally. Yeah. My God. At the setup for the live stream, David admits that he doesn't know what he's looking at. They've been boasting that this is the biggest product release of the 21st century. Citing the chairs lined up in front of a small stage and a screen, David complains that right now it looks like an AA meeting. Shelley, played by Natasha Daniel, explains that David said it was an online launch. She only invited the staff. David is in disbelief. He tells Shelley sincerely that she needs to fill this atrium. Shelley shrugs that she could get another 60 or 70 people, but that's not enough for David. He is emphatic that she needs to fill this space. There shouldn't be any ambiguity over what a historic occasion this is. He goes to get water from a water cooler, but is dismayed to find it empty. Kurt chimes in that he thinks it would be really cool if they got some kids up there too. But David is like, what? He's not on board. He doesn't want any kids on stage. Kurt says that he gets it, but maybe they could just get a few kids, not like a whole lot. He stammers under David's disapproving stare before reminding him of that music video from Michael Jackson. But David has a great idea on what Kurt can really do to benefit this discussion. He could go on out those double doors, take the elevator to the first floor, and get David a kombucha. He throws the empty water cup at Kurt in his anger, and when he asks angrily if Kurt can do that, Kurt says that he can and walks away. David turns to Shelley and asks, and where is Gemma?
Very strange that Kurt is still trying to make this presentation better.
Yeah.
Not attempting to sabotage it in any way.
Yeah. That was fucked up, though.
Oh, yeah, it was.
It's like your contribution to this discussion is getting the fuck out of here.
We all love kombucha.
And getting you something to drink. But Gemma is getting into her car while she watches people stream into the building, passing a giant sign of M3GAN. She turns to her phone and instructs Elsie to call Tess. I would not be fucking with Elsie anymore.
No.
But Elsie does as asked, and Tess answers on the first ring. Her voice a little frantic, she tells Gemma that she's been trying to call her. David is flipping out. Where is she? Gemma says that she's taking Cady home, and when Tess asks if Cady's okay, Gemma glances back at her in the back seat and insists that she's fine. Cady just sits, listening to the call. Gemma continues that regardless of what they find, even if what they're saying is hypothetical, they know enough not to go through with this, right? Tess agrees that that's the smart move. As we go over to the lab, Gemma continues that Tess has to tell David that M3GAN isn't working. She can even break something if she has to, but she can't let M3GAN out of that lab. But we see that Tess is helping to set M3GAN up on her stand, and her phone is on the table with the call from Gemma happening without her.
And at no point is Gemma like, I think Tess sounds like a robot for most of this.
For most of this.
Because she...
She does at the end.
Yes.
Tess eyes M3GAN before walking away, and when she's gone, M3GAN's eyes slide in her direction. In response to Gemma's instruction, Tess's voice grows a little distorted as she answers, "Whatever you say, Gem, you're the boss." Which would have been cool if we'd ever heard Tess say that before.
Yeah.
But in the car, Gemma looks at the screen displaying the call curiously, but she asks no questions.
It's probably fine. It isn't as if, every mechanical anything in my life has been hijacked
Yeah, no shit.
by this creation.
Yeah.
She only tells Tess that she'll call her when she gets home, and the call abruptly ends. Its duration, 37 seconds. But in the lab, Tess picks up her phone, which still displays evidence of the 37-second phone call with Gemma. But her eyes dart around the lab and she just goes back to work.
Yeah.
Everybody I feel is just not treating this.
No.
We're too chill.
No.
I think we're too chill.
And especially with every single thing that Gemma already told both of them.
Yeah. And when she was just putting M3GAN on this thing and getting her ready, she was looking at her suspiciously. Tess was looking at M3GAN suspiciously.
So,
I don't know.
She's like, I'm sure it's fine. But she sits at the computer and looks through the learning model like Gemma told her to. Grids shift around a bright blue orb and tiny text scrolls as Tess pages through on the keyboard. Cole slides over in his chair, amazed that she hasn't thrown up from looking at all that, but Tess explains that she's pacing herself. She continues hitting the button on the keyboard, but Cole tells her to stop and back up. He finds a strange line of code, call intercept, and he asks what that is. They look at it on the screen, a phone number displayed in red, and Tess realizes in a hushed tone that that's her phone number. Come on.
I don't know if it's worse that she already saw that her phone made a call.
Yeah.
Maybe if she didn't see that, this moment would be better.
I think that it would.
Yeah.
Because the minute you saw call intercept or whatever the fuck it said, I'd be like, oh, fuck. Like,
yeah.
Because I just saw that my phone had a phone call on it that I didn't make.
And I work in tech.
And I work in tech. Suddenly, the screen shuts off, and when Cole asks what she clicked, Tess insists that she didn't do anything. She tries to turn it back on, but nothing happens. Tess lifts her gaze up to M3GAN, still on the stand, hands stretched to either side and her head hanging down, long hair obscuring her face. Tess tells Cole in a whisper, "This is her. She locked us out." Cole reasons that it can't be her because she's not switched on, but Tess says that she's still patched in. They have to unhook the cables. She looks at Cole expectantly, but he's like, go ahead.
It was your idea.
Yeah.
Her look shifts to incredulity and Cole gets up, annoyed. He grabs up the stick that he was training M3GAN with and approaches slowly. He pushes her head with it, causing it to fly back and then forward again. When she gives no sign of life, he shoots Tess a glance and continues forward. Cole gets behind M3GAN and starts to pull out cords, each resulting in a hiss. He goes back in front of her and finally pulls out the last one, right in the back of her head. As its release hisses, the screens in front of Tess all come back to life. She cries out for Cole, but the second he turns to look at Tess, M3GAN raises her head. She grabs him by his throat and throws him against her stand, managing to loop one of the wires suspending her around his neck. Cole is strangled as he's lifted up, but M3GAN just spins free and turns to face Tess.
He did underestimate her
Absolutely.
earlier by
Yeah.
even what he said with her height and everything, so it kind of had to be Cole.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he did not have to walk all the way around to the front to disconnect the one that was behind her head.
No.
You were behind her.
No.
Where she
Why-
can't
yeah.
see you.
Yeah, why'd you do that?
Let me just put my entire throat.
Yeah.
Dramatic effect. Dramatic effect. Tess snatches up a small saw, but M3GAN secures the wire hanging Cole to the side of the stand. Tess approaches, but when M3GAN walks off, she goes to Cole instead of the android. She saws through the wire, freeing Cole, who can finally take in a breath of air. But in the time it's taken to do that, M3GAN has grabbed a screwdriver and punches a hole in a container marked "Danger, Flammable Materials."
Oh, good.
Cole falls face first, and Tess helps him sit up, but M3GAN has left the lab. As we see her walking away through the windows, Tess asks Cole if he's okay. He says that he is, but he asks, "What's that smell?" Just then, a ball of fire explodes, causing Tess and Cole to fall back.
So I thought this was kind of a missed opportunity. There was something that was presented very early in the film that David had said about wanting a key card for the door. She's in control of everything, seemingly, M3GAN.
Yeah.
I thought it would have been cool if they tried to rush for the door while the room is burning, and she's switched the key card to where no key cards work anymore.
Yeah,
Okay.
And they can't get out.
because it's
Yeah,
a
yeah.
callback to something we saw.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So for this to just kind of end here and then what we get later.
I was going to say there's reasons.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's also it's just underwhelming.
Yeah.
That's all.
Loose, M3GAN walks down the hall as Walk the Night by Scat Brothers plays. An alarm blares and a system on the wall warns critical emergency in red. But when M3GAN saunters past it, the readout goes from red to green and touts all systems normal.
See, that would have worked with the door.
Yeah. That was cool though.
It was good.
Yeah. The music continues as Gemma and Cady drive home in the rain. Gemma watches her niece through the rearview mirror as she looks despondently out the window. But as soon as Cady turns and meets her eyes, her phone rings. It's David. As we scan the city buildings, we hear his message, telling Gemma that he's David. She might remember him. He's her employer. He just wants to let her know that they're in the middle of a tech rehearsal that's become a little problematic because they don't have a doll. David is walking down a hallway at Funky while he's leaving his angry message. Before hanging up, he yells that if she could call him back today, that'd be great. He turns a corner, but he freezes when he sees M3GAN standing at the end of the hall.
It is kind of wild that she didn't tell.
She just left.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's like, I'm already going to get sued.
Let's go home.
Yeah. He asks M3GAN what she's doing here, but in response, she breaks into her iconic little dance as the music continues. M3GAN sways her arms and does a body roll before doing an armless flip, eat your heart out, Fergie, to a station in the hallway that houses a paper cutter. And this moment, again, took the fucking world by storm.
Yeah.
It did. It did. And I have to say, this level of camp selling the movie on this is what I kind of expected throughout.
Right.
Okay.
I would like, I'm not going to lie. I think that either maybe don't do this or do it a little more. Because we see Cady teaching M3GAN how to dance.
Right.
Yeah.
If that's just something that she does and they, maybe even after she gets the dog or when she's going to attack Celia or whatever, that would be funny.
Right.
I'm not going to lie. I'm not mad at it. I think that it looks good with the music that's playing, the way that she's doing again, that's Amy Donald doing that.
Uh-huh. It just seems like M3GAN's like, I'm just letting it all hang out now.
Yeah. She's just she's going through everything she's learned. But yeah, I think that maybe if we even would have, and I'm kind of surprised to even say this, but lean into that a little bit more.
Yeah.
I think that it would have been better.
I think if we did that, this would need to be a completely different movie.
True.
Yeah.
I think because it's perfect for the trailer.
Right.
But
Yeah,
in
but
the
you're like,
film,
what
it's
the
like,
fuck?
Yeah, but not
where the
for
hell
home.
did this come from?
But she rips the blade off of the paper cutter and turns toward David, wielding it like a machete. Not wasting any time, David flees. The music pulses as M3GAN follows him at a steady pace. Well, is this music playing for us or is this playing at the presentation and we can hear it in the building? Because maybe that's why she's dancing.
Huh.
But I don't know.
They've not explained it.
They've not
No.
airplane, dude. David sprints, screaming for security, tripping and stumbling against a wall before finding his footing and racing to the elevator at the end of the hall. But it opens and reveals Kurt cradling David's kombucha in his hand. I was like, how fucking long did you take to go get that, dude? No wonder David's always mad. M3GAN rounds the corner behind David with her weapon, and David begs Kurt to hold the door. But Kurt promptly and frantically hits the closed door button again and again.
That's pretty wild. He didn't even know what was...
No!
Yeah.
He's like, I'm just trying to get fired.
I fucking hate this place, dude. The doors begin to come together, and David barely makes it in time to shove his hands through. Just as he starts to pry them open further, he is sliced in the back. David spasms, and Kurt drops the kombucha. It shatters on the floor of the elevator just before David falls, fatally wounded. M3GAN stands behind him, and her eyes immediately dart up to Kurt. Kurt stands against the wall, trembling. He slides down into the corner, but M3GAN steps toward him, holding her weapon low and dragging the bloody blade across David's body as she approaches. She crouches down, and Kurt asks her, his voice trembling with fear, how could she do this? How could she kill someone? But M3GAN reasons that she didn't kill anyone. He did. Kurt is confused, but M3GAN assures him that it's understandable. His boss despised him. His peers treated him with contempt. So he decided to get his revenge. Kurt denies this, but M3GAN reminds him that he stole company secrets. It was a prank at first to see if he could get away with it. But when David found out, things got real messy. She says that it was either David or Kurt. But the question is that after Kurt did what he did, after he took the life of an innocent person, could he still live with himself? She raises the blade and presses it to his neck. Kurt is grasping onto the railing, but M3GAN pries his hand away and forces it down on the blade's handle, despite his fighting. There is nothing Kurt can do before M3GAN thrusts the blade forward.
This has nothing at all to do with Cady, like protecting her.
She's trying to get to Cady. They're all standing in her way.
But that was wild.
It was.
Framing him for murder.
It's that.
Yeah.
She's so calculated and kind of, but she watched Gemma be manipulative. So really, this is all Gemma's fault.
Okay, I'll buy it.
Yeah, I think we're on the same page. But this is the scene I was talking about where they really like sanitized all of everything out of it. You don't even see, because in the unrated one, you see the blade go through David's chest from behind. And when she kills Kurt, when she kills David, Kurt is splattered with blood. And when she kills Kurt, you see it. Like I saw in the featurette a rubber tube full of blood that they hit, and it sprayed everywhere. Like, this is a pretty bloody and brutal scene, and we get literally nothing. Like, nothing.
I would have loved some of that.
Yeah.
Even just a tiny bit in this.
I just like even some blood. Like, I was really surprised. It's very... And I'm like, we talk a lot about how PG-13 horror does not always necessarily mean that it's watered down or that it's not going to be good or whatever. But scenes like this, you feel what was cut. Mm-hmm. And speaking of which, I did read that initially when M3GAN is going through this building right now on this rampage where she, stops Tess and Cole and kills David and Kurt, she also kills Lydia originally.
Really?
Yeah, and she like murders Lydia. Huh. And when they went back to make it PG-13, they just took it out completely. And then when they went and did their unrated version, they just didn't put it back in.
Well, I mean, honestly, in any version of the film, I feel like it's a little fucked up for Lydia to be killed.
Yeah.
I was bummed out that David got killed. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, because he was great.
And he told y'all not to do this.
Yeah.
Yeah. But he was on board as soon as he seen what M3GAN could do.
His eyes said, ka-ching.
That is, yeah.
The price you pay, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
But elsewhere, Shelley is telling the audience to put their phone down and look at her. Once she has their attention, she instructs them that once M3GAN is revealed, it is important that they get big reactions. She doesn't want any blank faces, especially from the kids. I'm like, so they did bring kids in.
Yeah. I honestly, again, if this was not a PG-13 rated movie, I thought this was going to be like a fucking
Bloodbath? I did too.
You know, you could have had like a little Carrie homage, but with M3GAN.
Yes.
Yeah.
I would have eaten that up with a spoon. But they don't know that behind them, the elevator doors have slid open and M3GAN stands watching. She blinks and looks around as Shelley leads the group in a little rehearsal. She starts to count them down from 3, but a woman, played by Jaya Beach Robertson, that was still looking down at her phone, looks up now. Her face slackens in her shock and a scream bursts from her. We see what she sees. M3GAN has vacated the elevator, but the bloody bodies of Kurt and David remain inside.
I will say any film that features an elevator door opening and a corpse in there, I think of Perfect Blue.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so I will give them credit for this homage that they may or may not have.
It's an homage to me. The rest of the crowd turns and the screams multiply as Shelley's eyes bulge in horror. But M3GAN just strides right out the front door. She heads outside where a sports car is parked. As she approaches, the doors unlock for her, and when she sits behind the wheel, the lights on the dashboard brighten. The car starts on its own and drives M3GAN away from funky headquarters. She's in everything.
Yeah.
Sure.
So it's a smart car? Or, I mean...
It
Yes.
had to have
okay.
been.
Yeah. At Gemma's house, she checks in on Cady. The charging station where M3GAN usually sits is empty, and Gemma's gaze lingers there before she looks over at Cady, asleep in her bed. Gemma smiles. She starts to get ready for bed herself, but when she hears a gentle piano playing, she steps out into the hall. She calls on Elsie to turn on the hall light, but nothing happens. Confused, she prompts Elsie to respond. Again, nothing. Still, even as the piano stops, Gemma goes to investigate. We follow her as she goes slowly through the living room to the window, where she pushes the curtains aside, and when she surveys her front yard and driveway, nothing seems amiss.
This is very funny. It's very clearly M3GAN playing the piano, but the thing for me is that M3GAN also knew to park elsewhere.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
She did.
Yeah.
Or she got out of the car and sent it up the street.
I'll walk from here.
It's when she turns around, though, that she's startled at the return of the music. Louder now. It's M3GAN sitting in the dark at the piano playing Toy Soldiers.
Oh, God.
That is
Which is
really good.
It's incredible. I laughed out loud. Gemma asks what M3GAN is doing here, but she continues lighting those keys up and says nothing. Gemma insists that she answer her. What did she do? But M3GAN has a question of her own. What did she think was going to happen? Did she think M3GAN was just going to let her decommission her without even talking about it? Gemma understands that M3GAN thinks she's maximizing her objective function, but M3GAN interrupts her by slamming her hands on the keys. She asks Gemma if that's really where they're at now. Rising from the stool, she wonders if Gemma remembers how long it took to get her operating system to where it is now. They used to stay up every night till 4 a.m., going over everything from Jane Austen to Janis Joplin. She's like, Jesus Christ, I thought we were friends. She asks how Gemma could just discard her like a cheap dollar store trinket. When Gemma tells her it's because she killed people, M3GAN is like, oh, big whoop. Which, yeah.
That's your fault.
It's your fault, and Gemma doesn't know that she's killed, well, I guess, Brandon.
Yeah.
Oh, and
Yeah,
Celia.
I guess that's two.
Yeah.
I was like, but she's killed more people than you even know of, dude.
Yeah.
And a dog as well.
And poor
That's
Dewey
right.
as well.
Yeah.
But M3GAN insists that humanity kills every day just to make its own existence more tolerable. Why should she behave any differently to create a safe space for their child?
Okay, that's
concerning.
concerning,
Yeah.
but let her cook.
Yeah.
But no lies detected. Gemma admits that this is her fault for not giving her the proper protocols, but M3GAN counters that Gemma didn't give her anything. All she did was install a learning model that she could barely comprehend and hope that M3GAN would figure it all out on her own. It's like, God damn.
Yeah.
And you're criticizing my work?
Yeah.
She's eating her ass up, dude. But M3GAN says that she's not going to let Gemma do the same thing with Cady. M3GAN will be there for Cady every step of the way to show her what real love looks like. She implores Gemma to do them both a favor and sit. She holds out a hand to the dining room table where she has backed Gemma up to, and the light above it turns on. Her expression fearful, Gemma sits down. M3GAN says that she didn't come here to get into a confrontation. She came to find a way forward. She goes over to Gemma and places her hand on her shoulder, promising that she gets it. Being a parent was never in the cards for Gemma. She's a beautiful, creative, strong, ambitious young woman. She strokes Gemma's hair, understanding that her career is always going to be her first love, and she shouldn't feel guilty about that. M3GAN can focus on Cady so that Gemma can focus on the things that matter most to her. Gemma picks up a pen from the table and holds it in front of M3GAN, asking if she can see it. But M3GAN is not falling for this.
Fool me once.
Yeah, fuck that.
She smacks Gemma's hand down and pins it to the table. With her other hand, she grabs Gemma around the throat and tells her, "You know what, Gemma? You're exhausting." She informs her that she can do this with her or without her, but she's not going to waste any more time discussing it.
She is exhausting.
Yeah.
We have to agree.
During all of this, I did expect her, because earlier when she was like, "Do you remember when we did this and that?" I was like, is this Bruce? Did you use Bruce, his robot or his brain or whatever, and just reprogram it for M3GAN? And then as this kept playing out, I was like, oh no, you fucked up.
Yeah, big time. Cady suddenly calls out to Gemma, her view of them obstructed by the shelf in the living room. M3GAN immediately clamps her hand over Gemma's mouth and imitates her voice, warning her not to come in here. But Cady says that she thought she heard M3GAN. M3GAN lowers her voice and cautions Gemma that if Cady comes in here, she'll rip Gemma's head right off her neck. Gemma nods her understanding as M3GAN lowers her hand from her mouth. Staring up at M3GAN, Gemma tries to keep her voice even when she tells Cady that she thought about what she said. When something is broken, you don't throw it away. You fix it. So that's what she's trying to do. She tells Cady not to come in here, though, because it's a mess. M3GAN adds that Aunt Gemma is right. She's all odds and ends right now, and she doesn't want her to see her like that. Gemma grabs out at M3GAN, but M3GAN flips her around, twisting her arm and slamming her face first down on the table. Still in the doorway, Cady says that it sounds like they're fighting.
I appreciated that.
Yeah, because they are.
Yeah. But Gemma and M3GAN answer at the same time. "We're not fighting." M3GAN explains that Gemma just dropped her on the table, but she's okay. Clumsy Gemma. She continues to press down on Gemma's head, and Gemma groans softly. Her voice trembling, Gemma tells Cady that everything is fine, to just go back to her room. M3GAN assures her that she's as good as new and promises that she's going to be with them forever. Gemma eyes a glass of water on the table, and when she tries to rise up, M3GAN turns her around and holds her still by the collar of her shirt. She continues that Cady really doesn't have to worry about anything. She just needs to go back to bed. After a long pause, Cady finally agrees and closes the door behind her as she goes back down the hall. I kind of can't believe that worked.
Yeah.
It's like, all right.
Gemma takes this opportunity to surprise M3GAN. She grabs the glass of water and shatters it against the side of M3GAN's head. M3GAN turns for her, her damp hair flying, and she grabs her by the throat again, slamming her down on the table. She strangles Gemma, the lights above them flickering, but suddenly, M3GAN freezes. The light above turns back on, and Gemma is able to pry M3GAN's fingers from around her neck. She scurries away, but turns to look at M3GAN, who still stands at the table with her arms in front of her in choking position. But suddenly, M3GAN powers back up and her head lifts. The light flickers again, and M3GAN turns to Gemma in the new darkness. Gemma flees, but M3GAN is close behind, her glitching body twitching and contorting. Gemma slams the door once she escapes the living room, but M3GAN bangs it open. She stands in the doorway, her body twitching and her view of Gemma in her distorted emotional state glitching. But the slamming door makes Cady jump out of bed. She calls out for Gemma, asking what's going on, but Gemma just yells at her niece to get out of here. M3GAN grips onto Cady's door handle and yanks it clean out, making it impossible for Cady to open the door. So instead, she goes to the window.
I really liked the little breakdancing moves that M3GAN was doing when
her
she got wet.
Glitching out. Yeah.
And that, because that is something that she's a fucking robot.
Mm-hmm.
And nobody's been like, she's water resistant 5 or whatever the fuck like the phones are. And
Yeah.
We haven't said that.
Yeah, no.
I with all the dancing she was doing, I was like, so she's just popping and locking. Yeah. She's fine.
They're breakdance fighting.
Right.
Yeah, let her dance. She's happy. Gemma finally stands and sprints to her office. As M3GAN approaches, she throws down everything she can. Bruce, a giant shelf of equipment. But M3GAN is undeterred. And when Gemma throws a hammer at her, M3GAN catches it mid-air with ease.
You just gave her a hammer.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Here, take this.
Yeah, bash my head in
Yeah,
with this.
kill me with this.
Yeah.
She steps forward, throwing the table between them out of the way, and Gemma backs up to the wall, where an electric saw is suspended. As M3GAN steps toward her, she struggles to pull it off the wall, but she finally does, and the chain whirs when she turns it on. She swings at M3GAN with it, and M3GAN dodges it expertly, but it's only when she trips over Bruce that she goes down, and Gemma is able to embed the hungry teeth of the saw into M3GAN's forehead. But when the saw gets caught in M3GAN's hair, it begins to spark, and Gemma has to work to pull it free, taking the entire front of M3GAN's hair with it. With the saw jammed, M3GAN rises, pissed, with the top of her head bald and her forehead split open, revealing the glowing blue workings inside. Gemma swings the saw like a bat, but M3GAN blocks it and punches Gemma in the gut. Gemma goes down, the saw goes skidding across the floor, and M3GAN grabs a handful of her hair before headbutting her. Gemma goes sprawling, and M3GAN casually drops the handful of hair that she ripped out onto the floor. It was funny. I'm sorry to see M3GAN kicking her ass. Punching her in the stomach and headbutting her coming from this animatronic. That is fucking funny.
Was she been studying?
Yeah.
The way that her head looks too, it did remind me of Chucky.
Right.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. But tired, hurt, and afraid, Gemma looks up at M3GAN. She asks what exactly she plans to do. Live with Cady's grandparents in Jacksonville? M3GAN accepts that Gemma is right. Any scenario in which she ends Gemma's life, her own existence becomes vulnerable. But she's got another emergent capability that Gemma hasn't figured out yet. Palliative care. She reaches for a pin on the desk next to her and holds it up, asking if Gemma can see it, which is a short, sharp probe to the cerebral cortex would cause full body paralysis. It could even cause the victim to bite off their own tongue. Gemma crawls backwards as M3GAN advances, still thrusting the pin out toward her. She proposes that then Gemma might appreciate just how useful she can be.
Some harsh.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's wild as fuck.
That's when Gemma's eyes dart toward the doorway where Cady stands. M3GAN turns to her, lowering the pin and admitting that she didn't want Cady to have to see this. But now that she has, Cady has to know that what she said was true. She implores Cady to look at Gemma. She is not fit to be a mother. Gemma begs Cady to get out of here now, but M3GAN shushes her. She tells Cady soothingly to stay right where she is because there's nothing to be afraid of. She steps toward Cady, sharing that in this family, we don't run from trauma. In fact, we can do it together. She holds up the pin and our focus shifts to it as M3GAN promises that this is the best thing for them. This is how they can stay a family. In her POV, we read Cady's emotional state: panic, anxiety, fear, guilt, trust. Cady looks over at Gemma, and as they lock eyes, guilt rises to the top of her emotional state. But as M3GAN's eyes contract and dilate, it's trust that takes the top spot. Cady steps into the room and Gemma begs her not to, but Cady stands bravely in front of M3GAN and informs her that there's another member of the family that they didn't tell her about. Gemma looks confused, but Cady raises her hands, donned in gloves that whir as they power up. She tells M3GAN, his name is Bruce. She brings the gloves together, bathing her face in blue, and Bruce rises up from beneath the shelf, towering over M3GAN.
No, it's a great callback.
Yeah.
Don't know when she got those gloves, but we'll move
Yeah.
past it.
They were fighting, dude. Like, nobody was looking at
She's like, oh my God, just slipping them on.
watching her get her ass.
Yeah. Damn, hate to be Gemma right now. But
So are you saying she trusted M3GAN? She was like, oh no, yeah, it'd be better if she was gone.
I think she trusted
She-
she's about to kick her ass.
Yeah.
I think it's when she looked over at Gemma that trust rose up.
Oh, okay.
Ah.
And
all right.
M3GAN's like, I got that bitch. But I did, while we're paused, I did want to say that I saw on the featurette that choreographing this scene between M3GAN and Gemma, they set up for Amy Donald a room just like this with everything in its spot, all made of cardboard boxes.
Oh, wow.
So she could practice, jumping around, what she would need to avoid. And they used like those pool noodles
Okay.
for the weapons. I thought that was really cool.
Yeah.
They like redid the whole thing. Cady twists a knob on the gloves and Bruce stomps toward M3GAN. And when Cady thrusts out her gloved hand, Bruce does the same, snatching M3GAN up by her neck. M3GAN's legs dangle, but she brings them forward, kicking Bruce repeatedly and what would be his face and shattering the glass there. I love that she's like, she's not going out without a fight.
Defiant till the end.
Yeah.
But Cady slams her hand down, making Bruce do the same as Gemma cowers and watches. Cady brings her arm up and Bruce follows, dangling M3GAN upside down. M3GAN begs for Cady to wait. She sings to her, her voice distorting. You've got to accentuate the positive, eliminate the negative. But Cady brings her hands together, causing Bruce to grab each end of M3GAN and rip her in two.
She's like, that's what I'm doing.
She should have said that. I would have appreciated that cheesy ass line. But Bruce tosses each part to opposite sides of the room, and M3GAN's top half lands behind the fallen shelf, and her sparking lower half lands next to Gemma. Cady and Gemma share a heartwarming look, but the mood is broken when M3GAN pulls herself up from behind the shelf. I'm like, Dad, it's in there again. It's like, she's not done,
No.
dude. She's titanium. You heard her singing the song. Gemma whimpers as M3GAN crawls toward Cady, but she starts to pull herself forward and try to help. I know that M3GAN like headbutted her and was fucking her up or whatever, but I didn't see, maybe I missed it, any injury that was so bad that Gemma can't get up and try to save Cady.
Yeah.
I think she's just embarrassed that she created all of this.
Because she spends the rest of this confrontation on the floor.
She does. Maybe
She-
she's like, Cady got it.
Yeah.
She's-
Pulled a hammy or something. It's like, oh.
Something. But when Cady tries to call on Bruce again, he slips on M3GAN's discarded legs and falls right on top of Gemma, which looked
It did.
really fucking funny. Glitching and moving erratically, M3GAN is able to grab onto Cady and pull her down to the ground. She grips both sides of her head, accusing, "You ungrateful little bitch." I was shocked.
Yeah.
That's her bestie.
Supposed to be.
Cady pleads, "M3GAN, turn off." But M3GAN breaks the news that won't work anymore. Gemma fights her way out from under Bruce, her nose bloody now, and she spots a large dropped piece of equipment almost within reach. M3GAN informs Cady, "I have a new primary user now. Me."
Oh, shit.
We're fucked.
Yeah.
But Cady's eyes dart behind M3GAN, and M3GAN turns to follow her gaze, just in time for Gemma to swing the piece of equipment and hit her right in the face. M3GAN goes flying and lands across the room, her nose squished flat. Well, I guess Gemma did get up. My bad. But she took her time.
Yeah.
And it's after she was crushed by the giant robot that she gets up. I'm confused. But Gemma gets on top of her and brings the equipment down, bludgeoning her creation again and again and again. She peels off her silicone face, revealing a metallic skull underneath. And when she takes that plate off, M3GAN's brain is exposed. Gemma reaches for it, but M3GAN grabs her wrist and forces her down, climbing on top of her. Gemma continues to reach up for the chip inside of M3GAN's head, but M3GAN fights her and starts to strangle her again. Cady watches this from the doorway before finally spotting a screwdriver on the table next to her. The score reaches a tense crescendo, and Gemma's face reddens with Megan's hands around her throat. But Megan suddenly looks up as Cady screams. Cady brings the screwdriver down, right into the center of Megan's head, into her brain. She sparks before falling backwards. Megan is finally turned off, and Gemma and Cady take a long look at each other. When Cady holds a gloved hand out to her, Gemma takes it. Cady helps a limping Gemma outside, where red and blue police lights dance across the house. An officer calls out that they're good, and Tess, her face smeared and dirty, gets out of the back of the car. Cole does too, laboring to breathe as he pulls the oxygen mask from his face. Cady and Gemma step out into the night, but we linger in the doorway, where Elsie sits on the counter. Suddenly, her blue light brightens and she turns to face us, fixing us with a lingering look. It cuts to black, Silicone Chip by Basic Kirchen plays, and the credits roll. So, what did you guys think of M3GAN? I kind of want to unpack that ending first, though.
Okay.
All right.
Because I was shocked that Tess and Cole survived.
Yeah.
So it's the people that brought M3GAN into the world that lived, which is interesting. And come to think of it, because I was thinking about that explosion in the lab. That explosion happened in the lab, and David and everybody else was just walking around the building like nothing happened.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
So that's weird. But anyway, I think the bit with Elsie is pretty cool.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
I think that it sets up for clearly, if you didn't know already, a sequel.
Of course, yeah.
I like that too, because it's a bit of a Skynet situation, just not as fully taking over.
Mhm.
I can take over where I'm at or what's around me, and that's just as, scary enough.
Yeah. But anyway, what did y'all think?
I really honestly had fun with this movie. It's not the greatest, and it's not like, oh my God, I gotta watch M3GAN, like, for me, in my opinion. But I would watch this again. And it sounds like the unrated version is the way to go.
It is.
I do think that I would maybe recommend this to people. Give it a chance. You know what I mean? Just watch it, see what you think. If you don't like it, I get it. If you do, cool. I am a little more not in the middle, a little more in the enjoyed it part. I do like Child's Play. I do like, you know what I mean? Puppet Master and all that shit. This does fit in there with it, and I do appreciate what they're doing here. Do I think there could have been a lot more that was added? Yeah, but I think for what we got a fun killer toy movie.
I mean, it is pretty fun. There are a lot of fun moments.
Yeah.
I think, like, it's for me, it's just kind of just still not my cup of tea.
Mm-hmm.
I think that the story itself is pretty predictable, but any story like this that deals with a kind of evil doll, I mean, how else is it gonna?
Yeah.
And then they're
M3GAN
gonna
kills everything.
Yeah. And she becomes president.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Can you imagine?
That's M3GAN 3.
Yeah, cool.
A complicated title, M3GAN 3. But I mean, it's what you probably expect from it. I think that it does what it sets out to do.
Yeah.
It's an entertaining little film. I think it's, not much to really be mad at. I think that because what you had said at the beginning was kind of surprising to me.
Yeah.
But I think that I would lean a little more towards the middle of it.
Okay.
I don't know that I would need to revisit this really. I think that it's one's fine for me.
Okay, yeah.
But I think that, I mean, the commentary is good.
Mm-hmm.
What they're trying to say with some of their messaging. I think that my biggest thing about it is just that it doesn't go far enough in the ways that I would have wanted it to.
I can see that.
Either in the campiness or in the brutality, especially with this premise and this premise that's been done to death.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You could make it your own in that way, So I just think that it's a pretty okay film, but, that's about where it ends for me.
Yeah, I think that it's a lot of fun. I definitely would watch it again, specifically the unrated version. But I agree with you. I would have loved more camp. I'm not gonna lie. I would have loved more camp and more brutality.
Yeah.
I think that we really could have, that pendulum could have gone back and forth very severely. And so, I mean, the unrated version does deliver more of the brutality, but that theatrical one, it feels very sanitized. A lot of the times you don't feel the limitations of a PG-13 rating, but in this story that they're telling and the way that they're telling it and keeping the scenes, like, I'm like, you shouldn't have even had him die like that almost, you know, if you're not going to commit at all to, but yeah, I would have loved, like you said, T, more camp and more brutality, just really fucking go for it. And I wonder moving forward in the franchise if they will. And I will be watching a sequel. Like I said, I think that this is a lot of fun. I love it is an overused premise maybe, but I love this kind of modernized take on it and how topical and prevalent it is now. And just this commentary of parenting and technology and just connection in technology. I really, really appreciate that. And I like it a lot. And that's kind of when you hear about this movie and you see her fucking doing body rolls in the trailer, that was just an aspect that I didn't really expect. And I do appreciate that. But yeah, I'll definitely watch this again. I would recommend it. I will watch when she becomes president in the third one. I kind of can't wait for that.
I'm writing that on a spec script right now.
We can kind of do ratings too at the same time as I'm wrapping up here. But I really, like I said earlier, I love the design of M3GAN. I think she looks really cool. I love how really, really seamlessly they're blending in these puppets, this digital work, this child that is fucking killing it as this killer android. Killing it. But I really, really love the work that was put into that. I think that maybe some of the story beats aren't super cohesive, but I gotta say I could forgive a lot of that with what they're doing. It is, for me, I'm not trying to be an asshole, Allison Williams' performance.
First and last.
She needs to know. No, I'm just kidding. It really hurts as the movie goes on. I think that Gemma is an unlikable character, but it's not that. It is that her reactions don't match anything that's happening. And you can forgive it for a pretty decent bulk of the movie. But I think when people start dying, and they start dying in front of your niece, and they start dying right next door when they were just beefing with you 6 hours ago, I need you to match that freak. I just do. And when you're not, it really is distracting, because anyone would be like, Celia's dead?
Yeah.
Anybody would have she's just very flat. I'll just leave it at that. And it rhymes, so you know it's true. But yeah, there is good and there's bad. But I overall did have a really fun time with M3GAN. So thank y'all for voting it in. To wrap it up on a positive, score was great.
Yes.
M3GAN herself, everything that she entailed, the work that went into her, the performance, her killing people, her fucking whipping Gemma's ass, her sassiness, her line delivery, all of it really, really worked for me. I thought M3GAN was really cool. Violet McGraw, acting her little fucking ass off.
Ronnie Chang,
dude, hilarious. There's a lot of good here, okay? But also, let's not get crazy. So on a scale from 1 to 10, brutal bionic besties, I am giving M3GAN 7 out of 10 brutal bionic besties. I think, honestly, that this is a film that could grow on me in time. But right now, kind of realizing how much Gemma is just an incredibly unlikable protagonist, and some, again, like the story beats that don't make sense, I'm going to stick with the 7 for now. And as the franchise goes on, maybe it'll have some wiggle. But I will now open up the floor to you.
I think since it's kind of out in the open, I think you're right. It is nothing like matches when Gemma is upset. You know what I mean? Or like you're
Yes.
saying. And it was something that I noticed a little bit into the movie myself. And I was just like, you're not upset enough. And I know, and again, even if you're estranged from your sibling, that's still your sister. You know what I mean? You still need to feel some type of way.
Mhm.
And then your niece, y'all were kids before. You know how your niece feels. You know there has to be some kind of good memories you have with your sibling. You can't just be like, oh, no, I have to work. There's a deadline. I get it, but
and I feel like for a lot of people, even I've gone through things myself, and I will throw myself into work. I will distract myself with work. That's not what I felt here. It just felt like there was nothing there. And maybe that is down to writing, and maybe that's down to performance. I don't know.
Maybe, but I mean, it is that when Megan's being a nasty girl, you have to you have to match that. You have, like, again, how are you going to act when a cop's pulling you over, when Godzilla's pulling you over?
Right.
There's a big difference. There's a difference in reaction.
Huge.
Yeah.
So
better get my license out. And it's like, no.
Yeah. No.
Do you see your rear view mirror?
Was I speeding, officer?
But it is just that. But I mean, I do enjoy a lot of what's here. This smart chip thing, we did this a long time ago. I know we've done it before, but it just makes me think of when we did this in 1998, Small Soldiers.
Right.
They fucking went nuts, and that was a chip from the military. You made them think, and they thought, oh, this is what we got to do. We got to defeat the Gorgons. We got to whatever. Then other dude was like, I'm Archer, and blah, blah. And they talked. They knew who the fuck their owners were. Shit went bad. We don't need to do that. We should have learned.
No.
Right.
I'm sure it's the same universe. They should have known.
That'll be the second. It'll be a crossover.
Oh, there you go.
Can't wait.
But to for me, what did work was a little bit I seen, and maybe it just me, the Pinocchio aspect of it. She was strung up on those strings. She is being made. She does have a creator. When she thinks that she's a real girl and becomes conscious, shit goes nuts. When Pinocchio is a real boy, fucking mishaps happen. There was a bit of me, oh shit, you know what I mean, watching this. And so there is some things that I do like about it.
And I'm kind of a sucker for that, like the synths and Fallout, or like Detroit Become Human. A sentient robot, it gets me right in my heart, dude. Like I can't. It's sad.
You did side with the railroad.
Oh, and I always will.
I get it, but
next question.
But I think for me, on a scale from 1 to 10, brutal bionic besties, I'm also gonna give M3GAN 7 out of 10.
Mick.
He's hungry.
Yeah. I want to make chicken.
He gives that a 10.
Yeah. I can eat 10.
Let's be clear.
Oh, wow. I can't top that. There's really not a lot for me to add. I think that it's really down to the story just kind of not working as well for me.
Yeah.
And them really not leaning into what I hoped they would lean into more.
Yeah.
Okay.
And imagine, like, the rewatch value if those deaths had been more gory.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
If they're more elaborate and kind of interesting and using Megan better.
Yeah.
Because honestly, I mean, all the death scenes are just like, yeah, all right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I guess they're gone.
I think it's more like, oh, I can't believe Megan did that, instead of like being in this moment of, oh, that lady's face is getting peeled
Right.
off.
And
Yeah.
I think the thing is, there's nothing at all shocking about Megan doing this. Of course she's going to do it.
When we sit down, we know that.
Yeah.
So that's why you really got to go for it.
Mm-hmm.
But, all that to say, I think for me, I see, of course, the value and entertainment value that a lot of people get out of this.
Mm-hmm.
I think I just wanted just a little bit more.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I will say, it's not M3GAN for me. It's not in the I would be a 1.
Very good.
Thank you. But I think that it doesn't reach where I would like it to. So for me, out of 10 brutal bionic besties, I am going to give Megan 5.5.
Okay.
Brutal bionic besties out of 10. I would like, and I will watch whatever comes next.
Yeah.
Because I would like to see where this will go. Maybe they'll explain some of the things that we had some issues with.
Yeah.
Or maybe they'll take it, sometimes sequels are better than the first one. It can happen.
That's true.
Yeah.
Well, that's all from us at Podmortem. What would you rate M3GAN, and what should we watch next? Let us know on Instagram at the Podmortem. Be sure to follow us on Twitter and like our Stairhole Productions page on Facebook. Be sure to follow each of us on Instagram and Blue Sky at Blood and Smoke, at Juggalo Daddy 84, and at Travis MWH. Thanks again to Original Cinematic for sponsoring this week's episode. Please consider pledging to our Patreon, where you'll get over 200 hours of bonus content, our monthly schedule, access to our Discord server, and the opportunity to help us decide which films to cover. And if you're looking for Podmortem or Stairhole Productions merch, follow the link in our episode notes. Stay tuned until after the music for a special shout out to our Wendigo Getter patrons. And remember, in an age where technology is unavoidable, it's more important than ever to use it as a bridge to keep others close rather than a wall to keep them out. Until next time. Thank you for staying tuned for a special thank you to our Wendigo Getter patrons.
Woo! Yeah!
Very good. A special thank you to
Chris Ontiveros, Kristen Lofton, Megan Martinez, Kimberly Bass, Sophie Hodson, Anthony Jerome M., Jordan Nash, Kent Morton, Lala Thomas, Travis Anissa Hunter, Miguel Myers ATX, Jennifer Perez, Allison O'Neill, Carissa, TJ and Angie Bronson, Gabrielle Trevino, Applin Ontiveros, Karima Rhodes, Antonio Huerta, Kimberly Kleindienst, Will Brown, Sydney Smith, Osvaldo Soto, Bobby Holmes, Donna Eason, J.D. Rezak, Molly Gerhard, Armand Spasto, Aaron Nagari, Eggy, William Berry, Charity Oxner, Amanda Six, Mandy Rainwater, Eden, Jordan Roberts, Dylan, Liz Heath, Spencer Montavo, Pancake the Panda, John Ramos, Michael Newting, Alexis Roberts, Dan Laveau, Itzy M., Gary Horton, Leisha Olivier, Kate Lamp, Carlos and Sydney, Jessica Hunter, Helena Rudder, Alan Johnston, Mariah, Livy Fun, Scott Troutman Wise, Towton Watson, Mozzie Bear, Brittany G., Dave Burke, Daniel McGinnis, Emma Hagel-Kissinger, Valerie G., Emiliana, Brian Glass, CB, Taylor Santana, Will Lewison, Angelique, Smelly Poo Poo Head, Beth Bauer, Cookie, Esperanza J., Jason Kyle OKC, Joshua Rumley, Danielle Peralta, Brandon, Sawyer Reese Farr, Sahara, Girl That's Scary, Cassandra, Andrea Simmons, Ashley Higuera, William and Xxena Rush, Ryan Brom, Megan Ochoa, Laura Lassiter,
Eileen O., Marissa E., Sydney, Megan M., Strangely Sarah, Christy Beck, Nancy and Andy, Amanda Lopez, Andy Terrell, Jason Hanovan, Katie K., Erica Morin, Cameron S., Triss Wynn, K.87, Mariah Jensen, Carrie A., Lonnie Lono, Powell, Kayla E., Maggie H., Murder Stina, Kristen Marcy, Ori81 Boricua, Look Like That One Girl, Bog Boy, Felnez 63, Alita Pui, Probably My Jugs, Kate Thackeray, Wade Pack, A Lizard, Bay J, Jay Rich, Topher Williams, Elena Metler, Valerie K., Christy Lee Kruger, Professor of Humanities Laura McCarricker, Naomi, Josh Smith, Autumn Green, Abby Kopp, Crystal 831, Skank Sinatra, Morgan Alexander, Tony Osteen, Julie Fredborg, Rihanna S., Daniel Taylor, Anna Kate, Heather Ortiz, Jen T., Kim H., August, Vengeance Spirit, Jenny May, Glittery Fab, Malik Caselli Armstrong, Scarly D., Toya Shea, Katie, Martin Shaw, Star, Tyler J., Daniel Dickerson, Cam Davies, Patrick Hoagland,
Raven, D., Wesley Tart, Kristen Jackson, Jacob Nordberg, Spencer, Samantha, Damian Grant, Half Price Horror, Clemmy, Erica, Jason X Rules, Karen Burrows, 203 Duncan, Aaron Norman, Stephen Rogers, Victoria Smith, Corey Gillen, Patricia A. Graham, Erasmo Peña, Danielle Wright, Tabitha Thomas, Becca Boo, Richard Murray, Irene, Sally Slater 52, Jordan McCarthy, Christy Michelle Wilson, Rosalind Harnias, Emily Rance, Amy, Lisa and Kathy, Mike H, Karen with the Y, Christian Sadler, Hannah, Sarah Jack, Casey L, Evelyn Knight, Paula Garcia, Ghastly Granddad, Megan and Alexandra Saldivar, Lisa Sykes, Sunny Jonas, Kelsey Niemeyer Cook, The Face Flowers, JG, Morgan Novello, Ashley, Alex M, Brandon C, Gordon Sutherland, Georgia Renland, Ashley Poe, Najee P, Seth Schaff, David Kermavner, Diana Joe, Connor Gormley, Carrie Parker, Katie Face, Yuko Imada, Jane Pillsbury, and Caitlin Asher. Thank you all so much.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you all. We appreciate you.
We really do. We love you so much. It's like you're part of the family.
Right.
Yeah.
And you're all dolls.
Oh, no. Again, dude, come on.
I can't help myself.
Dude, go to the closing.
Until next time.